All right. All right, we're ready for a jury.
Recording in progress.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you again for coming back and for your service. Please be seated. Please call the state's next witness.
David Thomas, Abby Holman.
Good morning.
Raise your right hand. You swear upon the testimony you're about to report the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, okay?
I do.
You may be seated. You can let your first and last name spell the both, please.
It's Abby Holman, ABBYHOLMAN.
Please speak into the microphone.
I can move the chair.
You can adjust the microphone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ms. Holman, can you tell the jurors how you are currently employed?
I am currently employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in the Division of Forensic Sciences in the Firearm and Tool Mark section.
And,
Lean in a little more.
Ms. Holman, how long have you been employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation for the GBI?
I've been employed for about 4.5 years.
Okay. And have you always worked within the firearms section in those 4 years?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jurors a little bit what is the firearms section of GBI or the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
So that is just the section where we receive any ammunition components that have been fired. So that's bullets and cartridge cases or any firearms that are related to an incident that are sent to us.
Okay, and as a member of that section, can you tell the jurors a little bit about what you do or what your daily job duties and responsibilities are?
Yes. So my main duty as a firearms examiner is to determine whether a bullet or cartridge case, so there's fired ammunition components, have been fired from a particular firearm. If a firearm is not submitted with a case, it's to determine what type of firearm those ammunition components potentially could have been fired from.
And can you tell the jurors a little bit about your educational training and background as it relates to what you just described that you do as a firearms examiner?
Yes. So I have a Bachelor of Science in Forensic Science from the University of Tampa. Then after getting hired in the GBI in 2020, I went through a 20-month in-house training program. So this trained me in all of the areas that we provide services in. So it's going to be firearms, their operation, manufacture, and design, as well as ammunition. It's going to be the microscopic comparison of those fired ammunition components. And then we also provide serial number restoration, muzzle to target distance determination, and tool mark analysis.
And you said you've been doing that, I guess, the entire 4 years that you've been with GBI?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, in your time working as a firearms examiner, can you estimate for the jurors about how many cases that you worked while being a member of GBI?
My estimate would be around 180 cases.
Okay. And of those 180 cases, did they all involve analyzing, testing, working with ballistic evidence, whether it be shell casings, projectiles, bullets, things of that nature?
Yes, they did.
I just got around the state with tender Ms. Holman as an expert identification.
No objection.
No objection.
So declared.
Now, I want to start, Ms. Holman, can you explain to the jurors, are you able to determine how bullets and cartridge cases are fired from particular firearms?
Yes, we are.
And can you explain to the jurors a little bit about how you're able to do that.
Sure. So when I receive a piece of evidence, whether it be a bullet or a cartridge case, I'm going to be looking at what we call class characteristics. So these characteristics are determined by the firearm manufacturer prior to the firearm being made. So these can be the same across many different manufacturers. And these class characteristics are different between bullets and cartridge cases. So bullets, for example, they interact with the barrel of the firearm, and typically the barrel has what we call rifling in it. This is a series of cut or impressed grooves in the barrel of the firearm, and they go at a certain twist. This will impart spin to that bullet, kind of like a quarterback throwing a football. It will be more accurate and it will go longer. So with that rifling, there can be a certain number of these lands and grooves. So you can have 5 lands and grooves, you can have 6 lands and grooves, and they can also go a left twist or a right twist. And then if those lands and grooves are measurable, we can also measure the widths of those lands and grooves. So those are all the class characteristics we're looking at to determine if this bullet could have been fired from the firearm. So if those class characteristics match, we'll then move on to our microscopic comparison. So we'll test fire the firearm, we'll get those bullets and cartridge cases to compare to the bullets and cartridge cases that we have received, and we will do a microscopic comparison. So this is done using a comparison microscope. It's essentially 2 biology high school class microscopes pushed together, and I can see through one lens my evidence on the left and my evidence on the right. So I can see these at the same magnification and lighting and compare them together. And we're looking at what we call individual characteristics at this point. So these are microscopic imperfections that are imparted to the parts of the firearm during the manufacturing process. And these are random and unique to an individual firearm. And that's how we come to our determinations. Was this bullet fired from this firearm?
Okay, and I just want to break that down just briefly. So can you tell the jurors, class characteristic, is that something that is common among, I guess, the same firearm of the same class, for example?
It can be, yes.
Okay, and I guess tell the jurors, when you're examining either a projectile or a shell casing, I guess as it relates to the class characteristics, what specifically are you looking for?
So again, for those bullets, we are looking at the rifling. Do I have 6 lands and grooves on my firearm? Do I have 6 lands and grooves on my bullet? Are they measuring the same distance? Are they going at the same twist? And then we also look at caliber. So caliber is just the specific type of cartridge that a firearm is chambered for. So if you have a 9mm pistol, you can shoot 9mm cartridges in that firearm. And then for cartridge cases, it's a little bit different. They're interacting with a different part of the firearm. So during that firing process, the bullet is going to go down the barrel, and then inversely, the cartridge case is going to slam back up against what we call the breech face of the firearm. That breech face is just there to kind of contain and hold that cartridge case during the firing process. So during the firing process, a firing pin will come out of an aperture, and it will hit a part of the cartridge, what we call the primer. So this primer is going to ignite a spark, and that spark will then ignite the gunpowder in the bottom of a cartridge. That will then send the bullet down the barrel and this cartridge case back up against the breech face. So that, whoop,
Instead of going down the barrel of cartridge and it's on here.
I lost track of what I was talking about.
I think that was something about the breech face, cartridge cases. The breech face.
I'll try and start over. So the firing pin, that's going to come out and hit the primer. So that is going to be different shapes among different types of firearms. So it can be hemispherical, it can be elliptical, for example, and then the actual aperture it comes through is going to be different shapes as well. So it can be rectangular, it can be circular, and stuff like that. So we're looking at the shapes of those on the cartridge case compared to our firearm as well. And then the breech face itself can be machined differently, firearm manufacturer to firearm manufacturer. So we can have granular breech face marks, we can have parallel lines on there, they can be arched, and they can also be circular. So we're looking at all of these things to determine, could this have been fired from this firearm?
Now, Coleman, are you only able to do testing or the testing you described if you have, let's say, a firearm?
If I want to make test fires and compare it to evidence that I have, yes, but we can also potentially tell what type of firearm a bullet or cartridge case, if it's just by itself, could have been fired from.
Now, if you have, let's say a series of, cartridge casings, and then a series of projectiles, can you explain to the jurors when you have, those two types of ballistics evidence, are you able to compare, one to the other, or do you only compare shell casings or cartridge casings to cartridge casings and projectiles to projectiles?
So we only compare bullets to bullets and cartridge cases to cartridge cases because they're interacting with those different parts of the firearm. They will not have any of the same markings.
And can you tell the jurors what is the difference between a pistol and a revolver?
So a pistol, the main difference is that those cartridge cases, once the firing process is done, they are going to be automatically ejected and extracted out of the firearm. With a revolver, you have to take them out manually.
Now, can you tell the jurors as a part of your process and procedures after you've completed the testing and the procedures you just described, do you memorialize your findings or conclusions in a report each time?
Yes, we do.
And can you tell the jurors after you have done your testing and before a report is completed and released, can you explain to the jurors the process of that's in GBI requires that relates to peer reviewing and things of that nature in order for the report to be complete?
Yes. So we have a two-step peer review process. So the first step of that process is called verification. So after I've done any of my microscopic comparisons, all of that evidence is then given to a second qualified examiner. They're going to look at all of my evidence. They're going to come to their own conclusions about that evidence. And then if our conclusions are the same at the end of that process, I can then go ahead and draft my report. Once it is drafted, it will be peer reviewed by a third qualified examiner. So they are looking inside my case file at all of my documentation, all of my photos. They're making sure I followed all of our policies and procedures and that the conclusions on my report are supported by the data in my case file.
Now, before you do the testing that you described, can you explain to the jury briefly the process and or how you receive evidence that you're going to eventually do an analysis or perform a test on?
Yes, so we receive evidence in one of three ways. It can be received by our evidence receiving section directly from the agency that is submitting it. They can put it in a lockbox and then we open it from the other side and that's how we get it. And then you can also ship evidence to us. So once we get the evidence and evidence receiving, those people will take the evidence, take photos of it. A Division of Forensic Science case number is assigned to that particular case. And every single piece of evidence for that case will have a little label with the barcode for that. So that keeps track of the chain of custody. We will scan it from one location to another location. And then it'll have that Division of Forensic Science case number on there.
And when evidence is submitted by, let's say, different agencies as it relates to the same case, are there times where different DOFS case numbers are assigned to each piece of evidence? Because when you receive it, you don't know that the cases are related. Is that something that happens?
That can happen, yes.
And did you receive evidence as it relates to DOFS case number, the GDI case number 2022-1007734?
I did.
Can you tell the jurors, if you recall, what evidence did you receive in early May?
I received a .30 class bullet fragment and a bullet jacket fragment.
Did you complete a report as it relates to the evidence that you received and the testing that you did on that evidence?
Yes, I did.
I'll show you what's the mark state limit 123. A minute and review that and look up when you're done. And do you recognize what's been marked as states of 123?
I do.
And can you tell the jurors how you recognize it and what it is?
This is the official report that I wrote for this case. It has the Division of Forensic Science case number at the top, and then it also has my signature at the bottom of the report.
And is this report and states that it 123 a fair and accurate copy of the report that you did as it relates to the evidence that you described that you received, the bullet fragment item number 3 as it relates to this case?
Yes.
This time around, the state tender was remarked to state the 123 into evidence.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted, you may publish.
Now, Ms. Holman, can you explain to the jurors or tell the jury where did the evidence that you tested as it relates to this report, who was it submitted by, or where did it come from?
It was submitted by the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office.
And can you tell the jurors what exactly was submitted, or what was the evidence that you reviewed?
So I received a 38 class bullet fragment and then a jacket fragment as well.
Can you explain to the jurors what's the difference between a bullet fragment and a jacket fragment?
So typically when you have a whole bullet received, it will be jacketed in a metal. It can be copper, it can be nickel, and then inside of that will be lead typically. So I received a bullet fragment. It wasn't an entire bullet, it was damaged. And then I received just a part of that bullet jacket. So it's just going to be that copper or metal jacket with no lead attached to it.
And I want to show you previously admitted evidence that states it at 122. And if you'll take a minute to look at that, is that the evidence that you received from the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office that you just described?
Yes, it is.
Now, can you explain to the jurors when you received that evidence, kind of the first steps that you took as it relates to the testing that you performed?
So when I first received this, first thing I do is look at those class characteristics to determine potentially if I can give a list of firearms this was fired from, since there was no firearm submitted. So we're looking at the type of rifling. We're looking at, does it go left or right? We're looking at if I can potentially give a caliber to this bullet, all of those class characteristics.
Okay. And were you able to, looking at the type of rifling, whether you were able to see if it went left or right, and the caliber of the fragments, were you able to, I guess, come up with or provide a list of potential firearms that it was fired from?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And first, what caliber was the fragments that you tested? And item number 3 from your report states 123.
So the bullet fragment was damaged, so I gave sort of an umbrella class caliber. So 38 class is the caliber I gave this bullet. So within 38 class, you're going to have different specific calibers. So that includes 9mm, it includes 357 SIG, it includes 38 special. So there's a lot of different calibers underneath this. And since it was so damaged, I couldn't particularly tell what specific caliber this bullet was.
Now, did you also additionally receive more evidence as it relates to the case that you just described?
This is the only evidence I received, I believe.
I want to show you what's been marked as states at 124. It'll take a minute and you'll review states at 124. Okay, do you recognize states at 124?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors how do you recognize it and what is it?
So this is the official report I rendered. It's a different DOFS case number at the top with my initials at the bottom.
And can you tell the jurors, do you see, well, is this report a fair and accurate copy of the report that you authored as it relates to the evidence that you received in this report?
It appears to be.
Your Honor, at this time, the state attender with remark states that 124 into evidence.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted, you may publish.
Now, Ms. Holman, do you see, you still have states at 123 in front of you as well?
Yes.
And if you're looking at State Exhibit 123 and 124, do you see under the heading or title case individuals where it says victim?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors in both State Exhibit 123 and State Exhibit 124, what is the name of the victim on both of those reports?
So on State's Exhibit 123, the victim is Thomas Arnold, and then State's Exhibit 124, I have the victim as Thomas Arnold.
And is this an instance where there is two separate DOFS or GDI case numbers, but they are related cases?
Yes.
And as it relates to State's Exhibit 124, which is DOFS case number 202210055581, can you tell the jurors the evidence that you received in relation to this case?
Yes. So I received one 9mm cartridge case.
And can you tell the jurors what agency or who did you receive that cartridge kit from?
So the cartridge case came from the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
All right, I'm going to show you the mark entered into evidence previously at State Exhibit 92. If you'll take a look at that, do you recognize State Exhibit 92?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell the jurors what is State Exhibit 92 as it relates to the testing that you did and the items listed in State Exhibit 124?
So this is the 9mm cartridge case that I received.
And can you describe for the jurors? I know we talked about the evidence that you received and was reported in your report in State Exhibit 123 were bullet fragments. Can you tell the jurors the process and the procedures or the initial testing that you do as it relates to this piece of evidence, a cartridge case?
Yes, so this is the same process. We're going to be looking at the class characteristics of the cartridge case. So that firing pin impression, what shape is it? What shape is the aperture that it's going through? What are the breech face marks looking like? And we also have the extractor and ejector. So the extractor will actually pull the rim of that cartridge case out of the chamber. So that will leave a mark in a certain area on the rim of the cartridge case. And then the ejector will actually come out and hit that cartridge case and kick it out of the firearm. So that will be in a certain place and be a certain shape as well. So we're looking at all of these class characteristics to determine a potential firearm this could have been fired from.
And when you're looking at the class characteristics that you saw as it relates to your review and analysis on this cartridge case, can you tell the jurors, were you able to, I guess, come up with a list or determine a type of firearm in which this cartridge case was fired from?
Yes, I was.
Tell the jurors what was that firearm or what was that list?
So it's consistent with being fired in Glock 9mm pistols.
Explain to the jurors why or how were you able to make that specific finding as it relates to a Glock 9?
Yes. So when we're looking at those class characteristics, we have an internal breech face database. So that's maintained by one of the examiners at the lab. It's known class characteristics from known firearms. So we have those breech face marks in there. We have what the firing pin shape is. We have what the aperture shape is. So we're going to plug all of the class characteristics of our cartridge case evidence into that database, and that will give us back a list of potential firearms that could have been fired from.
And then just to go back to your report in State Exhibit 123, within the list that you provided from the possible firearms that would file the fragments, was one of the firearms listed within the list a Glock 9mm?
Yes.
Well, thank you, Ms. Holman. I don't think I have any further questions pending redirect. Defense counsel, I have some questions for you.
Your testimony is that you can tell that the 9mm cartridge was fired from a 9mm Glock pistol.
Potentially, it is not an all-inclusive list. There could have been other potential firearms it could have been fired from.
Okay, and you don't know, you never had a weapon to compare it to?
No,
All right, so you don't know what weapon it came out of?
no, that list is not all-inclusive.
And going back to the date of your State's Exhibit 123, which is the fragment, what date did you receive that item?
I received the bullet fragment on March 4th, 2022.
And when was it tested?
I don't know when I started my examination on this, but my report date was released in May 16th, 2024.
Okay, May of 2024.
Yes,
And same question regarding the fragment, is it correct that that wasn't tested and, well, it wasn't, you didn't do a report regarding the test until August of 2024
for the bullet.
for the shell casing?
My report was released in October of 2024.
Okay, thank you.
Morning.
Good morning.
Just one question. Normally, how long does it take to test the cartridge or the shell casing?
It can depend. We do have a backlog of cases coming in, so we prioritize expedited case numbers that are going to court. We mainly work homicides at this point, so if anything is an aggravated assault or usually doesn't have a firearm associated with it, it could be any amount of time before we test it.
Thank you.
Anything further of this witness?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please call the state's next witness.
Call Christopher Malseka. I'm not saying it correctly. We'll let him say it right. For the record, for Ms. Court Reporter, it was Maselka.
Good morning.
Sorry, our business. Very right. Clarify the testimony you're about to report the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you.
I do.
Maybe see, you state your first and last name, what's spelled both for the record, please.
My name is Christopher Maselka, spelled Christopher. Last name is Maselka.
Good afternoon, or excuse me, good morning, sir.
Morning.
Can you tell the jurors how you are currently employed?
I'm employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in the Division of Forensic Sciences, also known as the State Crime Lab. I'm employed as a forensic toxicologist.
Can you tell the jurors how long have you been employed with, worked with GBI?
A little over 7 years.
And in those 7 years, have you always worked in the forensics division?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors specifically some of your job duties and responsibilities working in that division?
My job in forensic toxicology is to test blood, urine, and other bodily specimens for the presence of alcohol and drugs.
And can you tell the jurors a little bit about your educational background and the training that you've received in order to test blood for the substance that you just described?
I've earned my Bachelor's of Science in Chemistry from Kennesaw State University. And then I've undergone the training program through the GBI for forensic toxicology, where we go over blood alcohol testing, the process, how the testing works, how the pharmacology of alcohol, as in what it does to the body and what the body does to it. We go over the instrumentation, how the instrumentation works, how to use the instrumentation, how to do maintenance on the instrumentation. We go over the reporting process, how to issue reports. We'll go over a peer review process. And after all the training, we do a proficiency testing to show that I'm competent in performing the test and reporting out. And that's my training.
Well, you're here, so I'm assuming you passed, right?
Sorry?
I said you're here, so I'm assuming you passed, right?
Oh, yes.
Okay, you said you've been doing that for the last 7 years?
Well, I've been doing forensic toxicology for about 4 years. I was a forensic serologist before that.
Okay, and can you explain to the jurors, I guess, what is forensic toxicology specifically?
It's just we test blood and urine and other bodily specimens for the presence of drugs and alcohol.
Okay, and you said that you've been doing that for the last a little over 4 years,
Yes.
and have you testified in court as it relates to the testing that you have done in the past as it relates to the blood, urine, or semen you talked about? Excuse me, blood and urine you talked about.
Yes, I've testified 8 times for blood alcohol testing, and I testified 8 times for forensic serology.
And Your Honor, this time, state would tender Mr. Malseca as an expert in forensic toxicology.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
So declared.
And Mr. Malseca, I want to draw your attention to DOFS case number 2022-1007734. You recognize that GBI case number?
Is that again?
Say that again?
Yeah, repeat it.
Sorry, do you recognize that case number as a case that you received evidence and worked on?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what evidence did you receive and how did you receive it?
Do you mind if I look at my notes?
Sure. That'll help refresh your recollection.
Repeat the case number you mentioned one more time.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Please.
Not fast. DOFS or GBI case number 2022-1007734.
Okay, yes. So in that case, I received 3 tubes of containing peripheral blood and a bottle of urine.
And can you tell the jurors who, what agency, if you can tell, did you receive that evidence from?
The Fulton County Medical Examiner.
Can you briefly describe how do you receive that evidence from the Fulton County Medical Examiner's office as it relates to the evidence you eventually test?
Sure. So an agency can bring in evidence to the GBI doing by 3 different ways. One way is the lockbox system, where they come in, they place their evidence on a lockbox with a submission form. Once they close that lockbox, it locks, so they can't open it again. An evidence receiving technician can open it from their side and retrieve the evidence, and then we give it a unique DOFS case number and assign it a request. They can also drop it off by hand, just hand it off to an evidence receiving technician, or they can bring in evidence using a certified courier.
Okay, and you said, in this instance, you received, it sounds like blood and urine.
Yes.
And as it relates to the testing that you do, for example, here on blood and urine, but on any of the testings that you've done previously, do you memorialize your findings, conclusions in a report?
Yes.
And did you do that here as it relates to this case?
Yes.
I want to show you what the mark states to 125. I just marked on that, so I apologize. But do you recognize states of the 125 minus the blue mark that I just put through the middle of it?
Yes.
All right, and can you tell the jurors how you recognize it and what it is?
It's a copy of their official report for what I'll call postmortem testing.
And it's a fair and accurate copy of the report that you did as it relates to your conclusions and findings in this case.
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would tender what marked State's Exhibit 125 into evidence.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted, you may publish.
Thank you. Mr. Alseca, you said you received blood and urine. Can you tell the jurors who was the subject or in this case, the victim as it relates to the blood and urine that you received?
The name is Thomas Arnold.
And once you received Mr. Arnold's blood and urine from his autopsy, can you explain to the jurors the initial steps that you take as it relates to the testing that you perform?
Yes. So in this case, I perform just blood alcohol testing. And so what will happen is I'll get assigned a set of cases from a manager, and I make that into a run list. And then I will retrieve all the evidence from our cold storage. And then the items have a barcode on them, so I can scan for electronically for the chain of custody, so they show that they're in my possession. I will take all the evidence items, place them on a cart, and I'll put them in order based off of the evidence items. So, if we start off with evidence number 1, I'll go from 1, 2, 3, 4, and so forth, and set that in order. For when I would test it, I will open each item one at a time. I'll make sure that the case number matches the vial or the little glass jar that I'm dispensing a sample of the blood into, and it matches my run list. I will dispense a sample into the vial. I will cap the vial, and then I'll put an aluminum frame on the vial and then crimp it so it's permanently sealed. And then I will place the tubes back into its packaging and heat seal it, meaning I melt the plastic packaging together so it can't be opened again, and then initial it, and then put that away and move on to the next item. And I'll do that for all the blood that I'm assigned for that case, or for that run. And then I'll do it again. So I'll take all the blood back out and put them in order, but this time I put them in descending order. So it'll be like from case number 10, case number 9, case number 8, and so forth. So I'll test them all again, but in descending order. And then I'll place both of those samples for each item onto our instrument. And the instrument is called a headspace gas chromatography mass spectrometry with a flame ionization detector, which is it's very long. We just call it a GC, or GC mass spec for short. This is what we use to get the concentration that I report out, and also the mass spec portion of the instrument is used for to identify that the alcohol I'm looking at is the alcohol that I'm supposed to be looking at. And then from there, I'll have the data to issue a report.
And is your work that you just described, all the science that a lot of us probably went right over all of our heads, is it peer reviewed?
Yes.
And can you explain to viewers a little bit about the peer review process relates to testing that you did?
So once I make up my report, it goes into a status called draft complete. And the next part it needs to be peer reviewed before it gets released. So another scientist that's trained in blood alcohol testing will look at my report and then look at all my data to make sure that they come up with the same conclusions that I did and that everything on my report is correct. And then it will get released out.
Prior to the release of your report, and just to back up to your testing, I want to make sure that we all understand. So you take some of the blood that you received and you put it in I call it a big spinner thing, right?
Big spitter thing? No.
What do you call, how do you separate the blood from the alcohol? The alcohol from the blood, excuse me.
Well, the instrument actually does that. So what I do is I'll put it in a little tiny glass jar, a glass vial. I dispense 100 microliters, which is just a few drops of blood, really, in this jar, and it goes into the instrument. The first part of this instrument is the headspace. And what this does is basically an oven. It just heats up the vial. And ethyl alcohol is volatile. So what it's going to do is it's going to have a portion of it that's in the blood and a portion of it that is in the glass vial, but in the top above the liquid into the gas. And that portion of the ethanol is sampled from the gas phase into the instrument. So the blood doesn't go through the instrument at all. It's just the ethanol. And that's how we test it.
Okay. And once you did those testings, or that test, can you explain to the jurors what your findings and conclusions were as it relates to the BAC, or the blood alcohol, for Mr. Thomas Arnold?
Ethyl alcohol result by gas chromatography is 0.242 plus or minus 0.012 grams per 100 milliliters.
All right, can what do you mean, or what is 0.242? What does that mean? Explain to the jurors that.
So for every 100 milliliters of blood, it contains about 0.242 grams of alcohol or ethyl alcohol.
And can you, based on your training and educational background experience, tell the jurors some of the effects that a person could be feeling if they have a blood alcohol content level of 0.242?
Yes. So ethyl alcohol is a CNS depressant, a central nervous system depressant. So it's going to slow down the information processing that goes from your brain onto your nervous system. So the first thing that will get affected is going to be judgment, your attention, your ability to control. It also increases inhibitions, meaning you're more likely to take risks. And then further on, when we get more to a point 24, it's going to affect your peripheral vision, your acuity. So it's going to be harder to see things. It's going to be harder to see things from a distance, and then something in front of you and make that adjustment. It could cause at a 0.24, you can start causing drowsiness, make it harder for a person to stand, or it might impair their balance. And also it can affect motor sensory control, meaning that, for example, if you go to pick up something off of a table, you might miss grabbing it for the first time, trying to grab it. And also it can affect your emotions. It can destabilize your emotions, and it can also exacerbate your emotions as well.
Thank you, sir. I don't think I'll be further questions if it's not okay. Defense counsel may have a view.
I don't have any questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Good morning. Just clarifying, because I may have misheard, I was taking notes. Did you say there were 3 ways that you receive evidence?
Yes.
Okay, so I got the first way was the lockbox.
Mm-hmm.
The second way was you drop it off by hand. What was the third way?
By a courier,
Courier?
like a FedEx or UPS.
And so exactly how does that work with the courier?
The courier will drop it off into the evidence receiving area, where the evidence receiving will take the package, and it should have a submission form along with the evidence, so they know who it came from and what testing they want done on it.
And which method did you receive the blood alcohol for Mr. Arnold?
By lockbox.
Lockbox, okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
May this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please, you may be excused. Please call your next witness.
Call Mr. Michael McCarriger. Thank you, sir.
Great, right? Verifying testimony, somebody reported the truth, policy, nothing but the truth, something there.
I do.
You may be seated. Can you say the first and last name and spelling of both for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Michael McCarriger. Last name is McCarriagher.
Good morning, sir. How are you today?
Good, how you doing?
Can you tell the jurors, I'm sorry for the pause, how you are currently employed, sir?
Yes, I'm the manager of the trace evidence section at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
And how long have you worked with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, the GBI?
Almost 18 years.
Okay. And you said you currently are the manager of the trace section?
Yes, that's correct.
In your 18 years, have you always worked in that section?
I have.
And can you tell the jurors, what is the trace section?
The trace evidence examination section analyzes things that are microscopic in nature. The types of testing we do involve hairs, fiber, paint fragments, glass fragments, as well as gunshot primer residue.
And can you explain to the jurors a little bit about your educational background and training that you received to analyze the microscopic things that you just described?
Sure. I have a bachelor's degree in biology with a minor in chemistry from the State University of New York College at Geneseo. I have a master's of science in forensic science from Marshall University. When I got hired by the GBI in 2007, I was first trained to do gunshot primer residue examinations. It was about 8 months long. I also completed training programs for hair examinations, which was approximately a year, and glass examinations, which was approximately a year.
And when you, I guess, can you explain to the jurors when you started with the GBI, a little bit about, I guess, the roles and responsibilities that you played as it relates to testing you did before you became the manager of that section?
Sure. For the first 6 or 7 years, I was a scientist on the bench. I worked cases in gunshot residue, glass exams, and hair exams. At about the 6-year mark, I became the assistant manager of the section for 3 or so years. Spent half my time working cases, half my time managing, and now as the manager of the section, I'm pretty much purely in management.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will tender Mr. McCarriger as an expert in trace evidence and hair examination.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
So declared.
Thanks, sir. Now, we heard about this from a little bit from your colleagues before you testified, but can you explain to the jurors how you receive evidence as it relates to things that you're going to test in the trace evidence department?
Sure. The vast majority of the evidence that we receive at the crime laboratory comes in through what we call lockbox system. There is a wall that has a locker embedded in it, and it has doors on both sides. So the submitting agency can drop their evidence and the supporting documentation into the locker, close the door, and that can only be opened from the inside by an evidence receiving technician. Evidence receiving technician will take that evidence. They will start a chain of custody for it. They will take images of how it was received by the GBI. They will scan in all the supporting documentation like the submission forms, and then it gets routed to whatever section of the laboratory needs it to work. And that's how it comes up to me.
Okay. And when it comes to you or members of your department, can you explain to jurors some of the first steps as you take as part of your protocol and procedures in the trace section?
Depending on what the examination is, it may start with an evidence receiving or with a trace evidence technician. A technician's job, as far as hairs and fibers would go, would be to collect extraneous hairs and fibers off items of evidence and preserve them on segments of tape for later analysis. If this is what we're doing for that particular case, we usually send that item to the DNA or forensic biology section of the laboratory. They conduct their examinations, and the materials that we removed from that original parent item become a plan B of analysis.
Okay. And can you kind of describe or give examples to the jurors of the types of evidence that trace evidence technician would use the tape procedure to get hairs and fibers off from?
Sure. If it's an item of clothing or bed linens, that would be what my technician would tape lift, where you take a segment of clear packing tape and you put it on the surface of the item and lift it off. It's almost like not a lint roller, but you see what I'm saying. For other items of evidence that are smaller in nature, perhaps fingernail clippings like that, they might just look at those underneath a low-powered microscope and remove with tweezers anything that they see, and then put it on a piece of tape.
I want to direct your attention to GBI case number or DOFS case number 2022-1005581. Can you tell the jurors, did your section receive evidence as it relates to that GBI or DOFS case number?
Yes, we did.
Tell the jurors what evidence was received by your section, GBI.
For hair examinations, it was a set of fingernail clippings.
Okay. And can you explain to the jurors, once those fingernail clippings were received, what testing or procedure as it relates to collecting trace evidence or that microscopic evidence that you described was done?
Trace evidence processing service was completed by one of my technicians, which would again involve her looking at the fingernail clippings underneath a low-powered microscope, removing any extraneous hairs and fibers, and putting them on tape for later analysis.
Okay, and was a report generated as it relates to the receiving of the evidence as well as the process and procedures that were performed?
Yes.
Okay, I want to show you what's been marked. I guess, Your Honor, I have a tender with the marked stated 126, 127 into evidence by way of stipulation by all parties.
So admitted.
Now, I want to show you those exhibits of 126 and 127. In states of 126, you tell the jurors, what are we looking at there?
This is what we call a case status update alerting the submitting agency that the collection that I just described was performed.
Okay. And then in states of 127, can you explain to the jurors what that report memorializes as relates to the procedures that were performed?
At a later date, the potential hairs and fibers that were removed were viewed by a hair examiner, and no hairs were actually amongst that material, just fibers.
And the materials that were examined were what again?
Extraneous possible hairs and fibers that were removed from the fingernail clippings.
And the fingernail clippings of who, from looking at your report, can you tell us?
Yeah, they were identified to the laboratory as the fingernail clippings of a Thomas Arnold.
You tell the jurors from looking at States Exhibit 127, who those fingernail clippings or those items of evidence that were examined by the trace section were received from?
They were received by, in this instance, the Fulton County District Attorney Office, B. Higgins.
Ultimately, those items.
Actually, I'd like to clarify. At a later date, the materials that were removed were submitted back to the laboratory by B. Higgins. The original submission of the fingernail clippings were from an N parent at the Atlanta Police Department. My apologies.
Just for clarification purposes, after the examination procedures you've described here today were performed by a member of your section, were any hairs or fibers located that could further testing could be done for, like you said, Plan B purposes?
It was looked at by a hair examiner. No hairs were present.
I believe that is all my questions. Defense counsel may have a few for you.
Sure.
Just for clarification, the original submission you said by N parent
Yes,
was, the date of that was March 3rd of 2022, correct?
that is correct.
But at that time, the clippings were not tested for trace evidence.
No, they were eventually looked at in June of that year, so approximately 3 months later.
Okay. And then the report that you referenced later, that report, what is the date that the second report was done?
The hair examination on the materials removed was, the report stated September 20th, 2024.
Okay. Thank you.
One moment, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
Good, how about you?
Great, thanks.
Now you said that you initially, there was clear packaging tape that was initially used to retrieve the fibers and any hair follicles.
Yeah, it would have been an examiner, one of my technicians looking through a microscope at the fingernail clippings and then taking tweezers and removing anything that they saw and moving it over to a piece of clear packing tape.
Okay. And how long would, I guess, that last, whatever they saw and they removed to the packaging tape, how long would it remain on the packaging tape?
Indefinitely, I would assume.
When you say you would assume, can you?
I mean, if no one messed with it and tampered with it, it would, those items would stay on those segments of tape. That would be the point of locking them down there.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Anything further of this witness?
And as it relates to this case, you have no knowledge of any tampering with any sort of evidence as it relates to what you testified to, right?
No, no, sir.
Yes, that's it, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you may be excused. Let's take a 5-minute break. We've been going about an hour. Thank you.
Your Honor.
report going in.
Did you have a nice weekend?
Yeah, did you?
Is that right? Another weekend?
I went to a big event for the Humane Society.
Oh, I don't know.
All these
All
people,
right for the jury.
all these people, tons of money for him.
My sister-in-law was there.
It's called the Bow Wow Brunch.
Yeah,
I was there.
she had a table there. Yeah. She works for Ann.
Who is she?
Emma Bodies. She sells houses. Very big house.
Right. But it was very well attended.
She loves puppies, so.
Yeah.
All to the president conference, Your Honor.
Please be seated. Thank you. Please call your next witness.
David Kaufman. Destiny Mason.
You ready, Mary? Yeah, from testimony about the report of the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
You may proceed, please state your first and last name, spelling of both for the record, please.
Destiny, Destinee, Mason, Mason.
Good morning, Ms. Mason.
Good morning.
Can you tell the jurors how you are currently employed
I am a forensic serologist.
and where are you forensic serologist?
I work for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in the Division of Forensic Science, also known as the State Crime Lab, in the Forensic Biology section.
How long have you been a employer, a member of the GBI, specifically the forensic sciences or the forensic biology section?
4 years.
Okay, and in those 2 years, have you always worked in the forensic serology area or section of the GBI?
Yes, I have.
Can you explain to the jurors a little bit about your daily job responsibilities and duties as a forensic serologist at the GBI?
As a forensic serologist, I analyze evidence for the presence of body fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva.
Can you explain to the jurors your educational background and the training that you received either in school as well as with the GBI in order to perform the testing of a forensic serologist?
I received my Bachelor's of Science degree in biology from the University of California, Riverside in 2012. At GBI, I've undergone extensive training. This includes attending lectures, presentations, demonstrations, working with mock samples, completing oral and written exams, completing competency and proficiency testing, as well as a mock trial.
And can you tell me what specifically is forensic serology and what are you, I guess, testing for in the items of evidence that you receive?
For the items of evidence, we're testing for body fluids, like I said, blood, semen, or saliva.
Okay. And at this time, the state would tender Ms. Destiny Mason as an expert in forensic serology.
No objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So declared.
And Ms. Mason, we've heard from some of your colleagues from the GBI here today. Do you receive evidence in your section as it relates to the testing you do in forensic serology in a similar fashion that they described through a lockbox, courier, and things of that nature?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors as it relates to GBI case number or DOFS case number 2022-1005581? Did you receive evidence as it relates to that case?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jurors what evidence did you receive in relation to that unique or the specialized case number as it relates to this case?
I received a Minute Maid bottle.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors after you perform your analysis and your testing, do you memorialize your findings and conclusions always in a report?
Yes, I do.
Right. Did you do that as it relates to this case?
Yes, I did.
I want to show you what we pretty much for identification purposes, state exhibit 128. And if you'll take a look at that, do you recognize state exhibit 128?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell the jurors how you recognize it and what it is?
It is a report from DOFS case number 2022-15581. It is a report I created for the saliva analysis I conducted.
Okay. And is that the analysis you conducted on what you previously referenced as the Minute Maid bottle?
Yes, it is.
Is that report in State Exhibit 128 a fair and accurate copy of the report that you actually created and memorialized your findings and conclusions?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, this time the statement tender was marked as State's Exhibit 128 to evidence.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted, you may publish.
Thank you, Judge. Now, hey, this makes a woman. Well, I can remember it right now.
You sure?
Yeah. I want to show you what's already been admitted into evidence of State Exhibit 91. And do you recognize State Exhibit 91 if you want to look inside?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what is what's already been admitted into evidence as State Exhibit 91?
It's a Minute Maid bottle.
Okay, and is that the bottle that you received and ultimately did the testing that you're here for today?
Yes, it is.
Okay, now, once you receive that bottle, can you describe for the jurors a little bit about the first steps that you take and the processes and procedures that you do for your testing for your saliva?
For saliva analysis, I will take 2 swabs, one wet, one dry, and I will swab the mouth area of the bottle, so the inside and the outside of the mouth area, as well as the inside of the cap. Then I will take small cuttings from those 2 swabs and add chemicals and observe if a color change occurs. If it is positive, it turns a blue color. If it is negative, it turns a clear color.
Let me ask this question. How come you take this is swabbing or swab one wet and one dry? Why do you do that?
To retrieve these possible saliva on the evidence.
And you said once you take those swabbings, you said you have to take a cutting.
Take small cuttings from both swabs, yes.
Then once you've got your, I guess, the cuttings that you're gonna do your testing, can you describe for the jurors what is done in order to get the blue or remain clear result?
So we'll add the cuttings to a small tube, and then we'll add chemicals to that tube. And if saliva is present on the small cuttings, it'll turn a blue color. If it is negative, it will not turn a color. It will just remain clear.
Describe for the jurors, what kind of chemicals are you using or putting in the tube with the cutting in order to get a positive result for saliva or a result that remains clear where indicates there's no presence of saliva?
It is a blue tab that we add to prepare a solution, and then we add it to the cuttings. And if saliva is present, it will release the blue color into the tube.
Okay. And in the testing that you performed here for this case on the cuttings that you described from the swabs from the inside and outside of the rim of the bottle of the cap, what were the conclusions you were able to come to as it relates to your testing?
The Minute Maid bottle was negative for the presence of saliva.
Okay. And on your report, it says failed to reveal the presence of amylase and enzymatic constituent of saliva.
Yes, that is correct.
That's what you're looking for.
Yes, that is correct.
And as it relates to the evidence that you received for this case, did that conclude the testing that you were assigned to perform in relation to the unique or the UFS case number we talked about here today?
Yes, that is.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Mason. I don't have any further questions for the council manager for you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It is possible to recover saliva from a plastic water or plastic bottle, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And so if there was a similar, and let me just back up, that's a typical 20-ounce drink container, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And if there was a similar container left on the crime scene, it may have contained testable saliva.
That is possible, yes.
All right. And the date of your report was September 25th of 2024, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you had not submitted any report prior to that?
For this case, no, I did not.
Thank you.
Morning.
Good morning.
Now, you said your report date was September 25th, 2024,
Yes, that is correct.
and what you received was a Minute Maid bottle?
Yes, that is correct.
Did you receive any cotton swabs?
No, I did not.
How long would you say that saliva might last on an object?
I can't give you a specific amount of days, but it can last on there a while.
What's a while?
It could be up to years, depending on how the fluid was deposited on the item.
How would it have to have been deposited on the item?
Like drinking from the bottle or spitting on the bottle.
Would it last longer if it had been swabbed and preserved versus just having the bottle itself?
No, if there's saliva present, and there was nothing to, there was no possible, like, the top was on, the lid was on, and there was no water present or anything, it should still be on the bottle.
You said the top was on, no water present. How long would water last where you would notice there was water on the bottle?
I don't know. The water dries, so I can't give you exact amount of days.
But if there was water on the bottle, it might affect it.
It's possible, yes.
Is there a specific proper procedure to preserve saliva on an object?
Well, we typically ask for the agency to put the item in a brown paper bag and store it in a cool place.
And when you received the item, where was it stored?
We have a locker that we place evidence in the forensic biology section.
And was that a cool place?
Yes, it is.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Very briefly. In this instance, when you received the evidence, you received it with the top or the lid on, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And I guess, in most instances, does water dry pretty quickly regardless?
Yes, it does.
And did you receive the evidence in a brown paper bag as you described?
Yes, I did.
And based on when you received the evidence, was there any evidence of any tampering or anything of that as relates to destruction of evidence?
During my testing, no, I didn't observe any tampering.
And let me ask you this question. When you received the evidence, was the Minute Maid bottle, did it have any, lemonade left, or was it an empty bottle?
If I remember correctly, it was empty.
No further questions?
May this witness be excused?
Nothing further from the state. Oh, yes.
You may be excused. Thank you. Please call your next witness.
They call Sergeant Parent.
Thank you. Morning, Sergeant.
Morning.
Up here.
Sorry, I heard it coming from behind me. That got me a little off there.
Raise your right hand, please. Right hand, want your body reported, please follow the other footage and click there.
I do.
And you see, you state your first and last name, spell them both for the record. please.
Yes. Sergeant Nichelle Parent, Nichelleparent.
Thanks so much, Sergeant Parent. Good morning. And can you please tell us, where are you currently employed?
Currently employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department. I am now a supervisor, sergeant for Zone 5, which is a downtown district for here, over their quality of life unit.
Now, how long have you been with City of Atlanta Police Department?
I just hit my 15th anniversary a couple months ago.
And were you in the same position back in February of 2022?
I was not.
Okay, what position were you in then?
I was currently assigned at that time to the homicide division as a detective.
And tell us, what does a homicide detective with that division of, or the homicide division of City of Atlanta, what do they do?
So there's several things that encompass the homicide division. We handle adult missing persons, and we respond out to homicide cases. We either are assigned a case, we fall in a rotation of assigned cases, or if we're not actively working a case that's now assigned, like for example, if I was assigned a case today, I would be the primary. If you're not the primary on that case, then you're assisting other detectives on their crime scenes on their case that they're assigned.
Now, during your time as a homicide detective, did you become involved in an investigation involving a homicide of Thomas Arnold back on February 26th of 2022?
I was.
Okay. And were you assisting or were you primary on that case?
No, I was the primary investigator on that case.
Now, what was the location of that incident?
So that was in the Inman Park area. It was where Bernina and Elizabeth Street meet at the Beltline. And in particular, the actual crime scene is just slightly up on a Beltline path. And there's a little rock, dirt, gravel, if you will, circular area for people to hang out. It's called Beach Circle.
What county is that located in?
It's in Fulton County.
Now, turning to that Saturday morning, February 26, 2022, what time roughly did you arrive on scene?
I arrived a little before 8 a.m.
Now, were you the first officer at all to arrive on scene?
No, I was at the time assigned to the evening shift. So because I was next in the rotation, I received a phone call from the day shift investigators over in homicide and stated that there was a new case up and that I was next in the rotation and to go ahead and come in. So I came in.
Now, is it typical that that initial investigator would provide you some background on how they got the call?
Correct. So the initial detective who notified me advised that they had a 911 call and a Zone 6 officer, so that Zone 6 is where Inman Park area is, responded to a call of a body found up on Beach Circle.
And in that background, was there any information regarding a Rachel Whitlock or Jacqueline Gardner who were jogging during that time?
Yes, so those were the 911 callers. They had been walking the Beltline in the morning, and once the sun was coming up, things are much brighter, obviously. They noticed a man laying down who appeared to be deceased in the Beach Circle area and called 911 and stood by for police to respond.
Now, when you arrived on the scene, what did you find at that point? Walk us through that.
I arrived on scene and the area's, got a number of people going about their daily business, either going to work or, going or coming home from work, exercising on the Beltline, things of that nature. I walked up and I did notice Mr. Arnold's body laying on the ground. And he had his hand in his pocket. There was a shell casing on the ground. And we were confirmed that he was in fact deceased.
Now, I understand you're talking about the area at, you said you arrived just before 8 AM.
Mhm.
Are you pretty familiar with that area?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be just as busy, people exercising, going to work, all of that around, say, 10:50, 11 PM?
Depends on the day of the week. Typically, middle of the week is not going to be as busy as, let's say, a evening on the weekend.
And when you arrived, you said that you observed Mr. Arnold, he had one hand in his pocket. Were there any contents found on, or items found on Mr. Arnold?
Yes, was that Mr. Arnold still had his watch on, he still had his phone with him, he still had his wallet with credit cards and money, he still had all his personal identification on him. None of those items had been taken.
Did you locate any car keys on his person?
No, there were no car keys on his person.
Now, did you speak to any witnesses when you arrived on the scene?
I did. There was two gentlemen, Mr. Steve Carlin and Sidney Ward, who came to the crime scene while we were processing it, and advised that they were longtime friends and had been with Mr. Arnold the night before.
And in detailing, I guess, that night before, were they able to provide you with some locations tied to that evening before?
They were. They gave a detailed account of the evening. They started the evening meeting with Mr. Arnold over at Hampton and Hudson Restaurant, which is also in the Inman Park area. Then they went to, following Hampton and Hudson, they went to Pure Taqueria and were there meeting with, socializing with their bar friends. The bar staff there affectionately knew them as the Three Amigos. They were regulars there.
Now, on the screen in front of you, I'm going to display what's been previously entered into evidence at States Exhibit 5, so we can kind of orient ourselves to this area. There. Okay, now looking at States Exhibit 5, we're talking about some of the locations, Hampton and Hudson, Pure Taqueria. We have a touchscreen feature. Second, set it up for you. Okay, if you could please orient us to Pure Taqueria.
Pure Taqueria be right here, this little corner of the building.
And Hampton and Hudson, that location, where would that be?
That's going to be, and I kind of can't see it because of the bottom there, but it's going to be right around this area.
What street are we on at that point?
That point, you're on North Highland, yes, North Highland Ave.
And then Pure Taqueria we see is kind of on a corner. What two streets do we have there?
So you have North Highland Ave, and then you have Elizabeth that kind of makes this turn.
And then if we are looking at that Beltline area, where can you circle that area for us?
So this is one of the Beltline trails, and it comes up this way. Then you have these connection paths right here. This is a Beltline access path where it takes you further down and over to a different area. And there's several other little paths that you can break through to get to where it comes into different streets. But your main Beltline is going to follow here. And then there's a skate park right over here on the other.
Now, specifically following the information provided from Mr. Ward and Mr. Carlin, Were you able to obtain any video footage connected to the locations they stopped at?
Yes. So we went to, myself and various assistants from the homicide unit went to check on video footage to confirm, their accounts of where they went and kind of establish a basic timeline for the evening for the victim. And so we went to Hampton and Hudson, and they were familiar with the three of them. Again, they're regulars in the community. They were able to provide footage from the bar showing that they were there. We then went to Pure Taqueria, and the staff remembers them there. We attempted to obtain the footage from the Pure Taqueria, and at that time, they had just had an issue with their DVR system, and it was corrupted. They did provide us the DVR system with an attempt to see if there was someone in our electronics division that could try to extract it, but they were not successful.
Just a moment, I'm gonna display what's been previously tendered into evidence as State's Exhibit 4, A, B, and C. Okay. Stay screen. Monday, we got a few technical difficulties, so bear with me. Now, looking at State's Exhibit 4, is this the footage that was provided by Hampton and Hudson of that evening?
It is.
Okay. Looking at the timestamp at the top there, can you orient us as to the date and time?
It'll be February 25th, 2022, 7:25 p.m.
And in that footage, we see Mr. Arnold, Mr. Ward, Mr. Carlin, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did this align with, I guess, kind of their recitation of what happened that evening?
Correct.
We'll go to State's Exhibit 4C. And just pressing play on State's Exhibit 4C. Are we still able to see those same individuals in State's Exhibit 4C?
Yes.
And again, can you orient us to the date and time associated with this footage?
That's going to be February 25th, 2022, 10:14 p.m.
And again, did this align with Mr. Ward and Mr. Carlin's explanation of what had occurred earlier in that evening?
Yes, it did.
Now, as far as Pure Taqueria, that's where they headed after this footage?
Correct.
Okay. And you walked us through they provided a DVR, but you weren't able to get any footage from that?
That's correct.
Okay. Did they provide you with any documentation?
Yes, they provided us with a receipt from Mr. Arnold's bill that evening that he paid with a credit card.
I'm going to place on the screen what has been previously entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 7. Now, looking at State's Exhibit 7 as we scroll down, is this that same receipt you're referring to?
Yes,
Okay. And what is the date and time associated with this receipt?
February 25th, 2022, 10:11 p.m.
And again, when it came to their system for Pure Taqueria, they had mentioned that there were some issues and they were getting a new system. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, as far as this receipt goes, how were you able to corroborate that it did in fact belong to Mr. Arnold or was associated with Mr. Arnold?
So as stated previously, Mr. Arnold's wallet and credit cards were still on his person at the time he was found. So we were able to confirm on the American Express, which is the Amex you see, the last 4 digits matched his credit card on his person.
What are the last four we see here?
3008.
Thank you. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 1. Let me ask this, at any point did you photograph and memorialize the contents of Mr. Arnold's wallet?
Yes.
I'm going to approach you with a copy of State's Exhibit 129. If you could take a look for me, let me know if you recognize it.
Yes, so those items, what I did was I took the contents of his wallet out and scanned them on our photocopier in the office, the fronts and backs of the items to include the cash that he had with him. So documenting all the contents of his wallet.
States 129, a true and accurate copy of that Xerox that you made of all the copies?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state tender State's Exhibit 129.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted, you may publish.
On the screen in front of you with page 1 of State's Exhibit 129. They're smaller so we can see the full first page. Okay. Now, what do we have here in State's Exhibit 129, page 1?
We have Mr. Arnold's driver's license, Georgia issued driver's license, and we have his American Express credit card.
And with that driver's license, were you able to get a confirmed address, home address for Mr. Arnold?
Yes.
What was that?
881 Ralph McGill.
And make it a little easier for you to read. And for date of birth associated with Mr. Arnold.
10/29/1961.
And that 981 Ralph McGill address, what county is that located?
Fulton County.
Thank you. And I'm gonna scroll down to page 2 of State's Exhibit 129. What are we looking at here?
That's the back of the earlier American Express credit card.
And what are the last 4 digits?
3008.
Now, as they are talking about their evening, I know that Mr. Ward and Mr. Carlin told you started there at Hampton and Hudson. They then went to Pure Taqueria. Did they tell you about the last time they saw Mr. Arnold?
They did. They stated that Mr. Arnold had been complaining about some soreness and stiffness in his back. And that he was, instead of catching the lift ride with them, that he would, since he lived such a short distance away from where they were, he thought that if he walked home, it might relieve some of the pain in his back before he went to bed.
And if Mr. Arnold, you being familiar with that area, if Mr. Arnold were to walk home from Pure Taqueria to that 981 Ralph McGill Boulevard address, what path would he typically take?
So he would, from Pure Taqueria, which was on the corner, and then there's Elizabeth Street that runs down that connects to the Beltline. So he would walk down Elizabeth Street towards the Beltline, and then at that point, that's when that street that curves around Bernina intersects it. And then from that point, there's one of the entryways to the Beltline path. So he would have gotten onto the path, and then to go towards his home, he wouldn't go underneath the bridge right there. He would take the access path, which takes you further down and then around over to where his house would be.
Would he pass by that beach circle?
Absolutely, yes.
Now, and I apologize if you already said this, did Mr. Ward and Mr. Carlin explain how they got home?
Yes, they did. They advised that they hired a lift car to come pick them up, rideshare service.
And did they provide you with any documentation related to that lift ride?
Yes, in our interviews with them, they were able to produce an electronic receipt showing that they had taken the lift ride.
I'm going to show you on the screen what's been previously entered in the evidence of State's Exhibit 6A that we see here, and then subsequently 6B that we have pictured here. Are those copies of the lift receipt?
Yes, so they were able to pull it up directly from their app and show it to me during our interview that they took the driver picked them up and then where he ended up dropping them off.
Bit larger. What was the location of the pickup for Mr. Ward and Mr. Carter?
300 North Highland Avenue.
And did we see that on State's Exhibit 5, that map earlier?
Yes,
Where would we be typically if we're at that location?
Pure Taqueria.
And what was the time of pickup?
10:33 p.m.
Now, as a part of homicide investigations, do you typically work to rule out other possible manners of death in certain situations?
Yes. In this particular situation, when the medical examiner came out on scene, as we were processing the initial scene with Mr. Arnold, we look for any signs of trace evidence as well as trying to establish a cause of death. Mr. Arnold had blood coming out of the nose area, right around the face, and the medical examiner noted that there was a hole on the upper part of his mouth that he was able to locate during the initial examination on scene.
Were there also any visible, I guess, injuries to the back of his head or the head?
Yes, there was some injury noted by the medical examiner at that time.
So what would you do, and what did you do in this case, working to rule out any other possibilities?
So given there wasn't a direct visible at that time notice of, for example, shots going into the body that you can visibly see, and the only visible defect that we could see was to the back of the head and through the upper part of the mouth, we wanted to rule out that it wasn't a suicide. So that continued conversation with Mr. Ward, Mr. Carlin, to find out if Mr. Arnold had any indication that he might have been suicidal, that there wasn't anything that may have been missed. So in addition to that, following my interviews with them, I obtained a search warrant for Mr. Arnold's home, which they let me into the house. They granted access to that, and I was able to search the premises of Mr. Arnold's home to rule out signs of suicide. And by doing such, we take everything into consideration. So on the front porch were fresh Amazon packages that hadn't been brought inside. He had a vehicle parked in the driveway. We go inside and he's got his financial paperwork near his computer. We glanced at that. There was nothing to indicate that he was in any sort of financial trouble. We looked for evidence of firearms and bullets. We could not find any.
And as far as firearms and bullets, did you find a firearm on the scene?
No, we did not.
Okay, so nothing in his hands, like a firearm.
No, there was no firearm in his hand.
And so, did you also during this investigation obtain any access to Mr. Arnold's phone?
Yes, because his phone had not been taken, we were able to get his phone and download the data off the phone for processing.
And any indications of suicidal ideation or anything of that sort?
No, there was nothing, no messages, videos, pictures, nothing sent out or received or even looking up suicide.
So after speaking to family and friends, reviewing the contents of his phone, reviewing his home, and the crime scene as it was, what was your conclusion as far as an investigator, homicide?
So at that point, we concluded that it was unlikely to be suicide. Based on that, it wasn't until the autopsy that occurred on the 28th that it was further confirmed that it was homicide and not suicide.
Now, during your investigation, were you able to gather any information on when Mr. Arnold's death may have occurred?
So between the time that we got the official confirmation from the medical examiner's office that it was in fact a homicide and not a suicide, we had also been canvassing the area because there's a plethora of residences, businesses in that area. Tons of people that, live, work, play in the same area. So we canvassed the area looking for witnesses that may have been present that night, as well as looking for any camera footage that may have been available to us. So we looked for cameras, making contact with the businesses, the property owners, to obtain any and all footage that they had.
And was there any information provided regarding a fire alarm that would have occurred during that evening?
Yes, so a 911 call that was electronically emitted was from the apartment complex right there that backs up to Elizabeth and Bernina. That fire alarm call came into our 911 dispatch and they dispatched a fire unit out.
And is there a time specifically tied to that dispatch?
Yes.
And between the dispatch, were there any reports or any information of a gunshot heard around that time as well?
So not initially. Initially, we just had people reporting they heard the fire alarms and that drew their attention to the complex more than anything else.
Did that give you any sense of a rough timeline to look at?
Yes. So we knew if the fire department was there, there was going to be a large presence of emergency personnel in the area. And then we were able to use that time frame, find the fire department arriving on scene on camera, and then tracking with additional footage we obtained over the next couple days, the path of travel of Mr. Arnold, and we're able to start coinciding when he may have entered the Beltline area.
So now we are at the next day from the report of, or when you first found the body of Mr. Arnold, is that correct?
Couple days ahead, yes.
And so turning your attention specifically to February 27th of 2022, did you obtain any footage from residents in that area?
Yes, so we obtained, there was a camera right there on the corner of Elizabeth and Bernina. It was a corner unit, and it had a Wise camera, which is, like a Ring camera, but just a different brand, a Wise camera, that angled out in such a way that you could see part of the Beltline path and you could see Bernina heading down, and you could see a large portion of Elizabeth Street. So basically, he was encompassing anybody that might have walked up to his back door.
Were you able to obtain that footage?
Yes.
For how long of a period of time?
So he had minute by minute footage recorded and saved over the course of several days.
And did those days include February 25th, 2022?
It did.
I am going to show you State Exhibit 9, which has been previously tendered into evidence. It should come up on that screen from you in just a moment. And let me ask this while I'm pulling up. Were you able to view that footage?
Yes.
And in that footage, were you able to at any point observe Mr. Arnold?
Yes.
And again, before we begin, make sure, okay. Before we begin using that touchscreen feature, Sergeant, I want you just to orient us as to what streets we're looking at here. Since it appears we have a bit of an intersection.
Okay. So this right here is Elizabeth Street. Down a bit of a ways off camera here is Pure Taqueria and North Highland Ave. And then this street right here is Bernina. And then you have the Beltline access trail running right here.
Perfect. And if somebody is walking to enter into that Beltline trail, where would that be?
So it's going to be just slightly off camera in this area. So they would have to continue up just a little bit of a ways to enter the little area path.
Markings in, press play. Beginning at timestamp, February 25th, 2022, 22 hours, 25 minutes and 0 seconds. And Detective, are we seeing much foot traffic, the same it would have been that morning, that Saturday morning you were out there?
No.
And Sergeant, we just saw an individual walk past the screen. Were you able to identify who that individual was?
Yes. So based on the footage that we had seen at the Hampton and Hudson, we were able to identify him as Mr. Arnold.
And what is that timestamp? And I'll try to move my cursor so you can see it. But what is the timestamp associated with this point?
I think I have a pop-up blocking me.
Second.
Okay. February 25th, 2022, and 22:25, which is 10:25 p.m.
Now, Detective, or excuse me, Sergeant, I'm getting it right. What is a VIC camera?
We call them VIC because it's much easier to say than Video Integration Center cameras. It kind of becomes a mouthful when you're on, daily patrol. Hey, let me see the Video Integration Center cameras. So we call them the VIC cameras for short. And the VIC cameras are cameras installed throughout the city of Atlanta that are monitored over at our communications center by a number of officers that record real time and footage is able to be saved for and used for investigations as it comes up, as they're needed.
Now, particularly looking at the corner that you talked about earlier near Pure Taqueria, that corner of North Highland and Elizabeth Street, is there a big camera set up in that area?
There is. It's across the street and adjacent to the Pure Taqueria.
And were you able to obtain footage from that particular area?
I was.
Okay. Did you preserve that and include it in your case file?
I did.
Have a chance to look at that footage and also named as State Exhibit 130 prior to your testimony today?
Yes.
True and accurate copy?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would tender State's Exhibit 130 as the North Highland and Elizabeth camera footage.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted, you may publish.
Now, in that camera footage of that particular area, which will come up in just a moment, Sergeant, but particularly looking at the 10:33 time frame specifically, were you able to find anything that corroborated with Mr. Carlin and Mr. Ward's explanation of the evening?
Yes. So the three exit Pure Taqueria, and you see Mr. Arnold start walking down Elizabeth. And then you see Mr. Carlin and Mr. Ward standing outside. And then you see a blue car, which is presumed to be the lift car, picking them up, and then they leave the area.
Second, that pesky block will disappear. Okay, there we have it. Now, looking again at State's Exhibit 130, before I begin playing, I just want you to orient us again using that touchscreen feature of the streets in the notable location.
Okay. So this is, you can see by the sign here, this is Pure Taqueria. This is North Highland Ave, and this is Elizabeth Street.
Drawings. Actually, I'll press play. We're at timestamp 10:33:30 right now. Walk us through what we're seeing of note right here.
So you see a blue car that's pulling up, and it'll stop. And at this point, usually it's the app. The driver has to notify that he's there along with his GPS, and then the person who's requested the ride has to receive the notification and then confirm that the car that is in their app and the driver that's showing up in their app is the person in which they're getting in the car.
And then the direction that we see this car driving off into, pausing the video now at 10:34:30. Is that in the same or opposite direction of that Beltline entrance area?
No, at this point, it's going way past the Beltline entrance.
And the timestamp we have here is around 10:33. The timestamp we saw on the lift receipt was about 10:33. Is that consistent with Mr. Arnold heading off on his journey home before they had left?
Correct.
Okay. Now, were there any additional big cameras that provided useful in your investigation here?
Yes, so along the Beltline, there's several cameras at multiple points because it's a well-traveled area. You've got kids, you have elderly, you have citizens of all ages, and it is a vast network now in the city that eventually will connect the entire city. But we have the department has cameras located at multiple points along the Beltline to record any kind of incidents that may occur.
And as far as the specific cameras in that area tied to the skate park or Freedom Parkway, were you able to obtain camera angles there?
Yes, so there was a camera on the Elizabeth and Bernina side, there's a camera that shows people walking up to and under the bridge that goes under the highway. It shows people coming in from two different angles. It shows looking as people go through the bridge to the other side. And then on the other side of the bridge is the Willoughby Way skate park. So you can skateboard, BMX, scooter. There's a camera over there that also monitors that area. And then it looks back the other direction.
And that footage, were you able to retain a copy and include it in your case file?
Yes,
Did you have a chance to look at that footage prior to today?
yes,
And true and accurate copy that you viewed in State's Exhibit 131?
yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender State's Exhibit 130.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted, you may publish.
Now, before we take a look at that, I want to just go through everything that occurred, this being on February 28th of 2022. So on February 28th, you're able to obtain that WISE camera footage from, I believe it was a witness, Mr. Hopvet, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You were also able to obtain the VIC camera footage from that North Highland, Elizabeth Street area and from the Beltline.
So we had actually requested that our VIC unit, again, has people monitoring the cameras to start looking for footage in that area. And we were able to actually dedicate some time to reviewing that footage starting around the 28th.
And on that day, did you also, on the 28th specifically, you talked about the autopsy of Mr. Arnold, is that correct?
Yes,
Did you attend that yourself?
I did.
Okay. And what were the findings ultimately?
So Mr. Arnold had some bruising to his right side, which coincided with the way he was lying. And there was where the pool of blood was on his face was actually an entry wound from a bullet. So the bullet entered the face. That's how the top of the mouth received the injury, and then to the back of the head.
At that point, were you able to conclusively rule out anything other than homicide?
Correct.
Now, on February 28th of 2022, did you speak to a resident or someone working at 331 Elizabeth Street, Hike?
Yes,
Okay. And did he provide some additional footage that aided in creating a timeline?
he did.
Okay, tell us a little bit about that.
So as we canvassed the area, we also, we're verbally communicating to the community. If anybody has any footage, if anybody has any accounts from that night of anything that seems off, we'd like to explore all possibilities related to this. And we received some video from this. It's a warehouse angle. And you don't see the belt line, you don't see the incident, but what you hear is the gunshot.
Before I pull up the video, which has been previously tendered into evidence of State's Exhibit 8, I want to go back to State's Exhibit 5 that map that we have to see if you could just orient us the difference between where this warehouse would have been and where each circle would be.
Okay.
Little bit of a lag. Okay, now, in looking at, this in States Exhibit 5, are you able to orient us to where that warehouse would have been, that area?
Yeah, so the warehouse is about, do I need to hit the button?
Tap the pencil. And then the red dot, that should.
Okay. So the warehouse is about right here. Or maybe, no, it was right here, I'm sorry.
And is that the front facing Elizabeth Street?
That is facing Elizabeth Street, yes. This would be Elizabeth Street.
Okay, so the back side of that warehouse would be kind of in a divot in between, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then, where the body of Mr. Arnold was located, about where would that be?
So it was right here.
I'm going to, publish with sound States Exhibit 8. One more time. Oh, she was States Exhibit 8. And just taking a quick pause, what is that timestamp and date we see associated with this video?
10:27 PM on February 25th, 2022.
And I apologize, there was a bit of a delay in the sound, so I'm just gonna replay it since it's the short snippet. And Sergeant Parent, in your expertise, your years with video in Atlanta, your years with homicide, what did you observe that sound we heard around 10:27?
I believed it to be a gunshot.
Now, the evidence that is collected at the scene, does it go to different, I guess, areas or departments for examination?
Yes, so any forensic evidence that we locate relating to a crime scene goes to the GBI. Initially, our crime scene techs, they'll collect it to make sure that it's in, all the orders and protocols are followed to it. And then they submit that on behalf of the detective to the GBI for analysis.
Done with City of Atlanta with the shell casing that was found on the scene?
Yes, so the shell casing that was recovered was analyzed to see certain aspects to it, if can be related, traced back to the firearm, and can help identify the firearm used, and if if a firearm has been used in a crime or in previous crimes, it will have the same characteristics on that casing that they're able then under a microscope to say one way or the other if a firearm was used in that particular case or maybe related to other cases.
Did they find that relation to any other cases with the shell casing here?
No.
Now, at this point, at February 28, 2022, the footage that we've seen, what you've gathered so far, do you have any suspects developed?
No.
Does your investigation continue?
Yes, it does.
Now, let's turn to your next kind of a day of development on March 5th, 2022. Did you do any further review of those 3 days of live camera footage that were provided?
Yes. So at this point, we have an abundance of video footage that we have been combing through. As you can imagine, we're trying to establish a time frame. We're trying to follow the victim and see his whereabouts, who he's interacting with, what was his, where he was going, did he make any stops? And so reviewing multiple sources of footage. And on that corner wise camera where we see Mr. Arnold pass by towards the belt line, we notice a black vehicle, BMW, that's parked off to the side. And we notice that 3 males approach the vehicle and start looking at it, and then 1 male steps off to the side across the street from them, while the other 2 enter the vehicle and begin searching through the contents of the vehicle. They then exit the vehicle, pop the trunk, and start going through the contents of the trunk. When reviewing the footage, I found it interesting because earlier, there's a female that actually drives the car up and parks it in that location and walks away from it. Not any of the males that were depicted in the footage that I was watching.
They show you State's Exhibit 9, previously entered in evidence, around timestamp 22:05 on the evening of February 25th, 2022. And looking at State's Exhibit 9, around that time of 22:05, is this where you observed those 3 males and the activity you described?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And 22:05, what time would that be to us? Not military.
10:05 p.m.
Thank you. I'm just pressing pause very quickly at 22:05:08. Do we see what direction those males are coming from?
Yes, they're coming further up from the area up the street where Bernina intersects with another side street, and there's a restaurant up that way.
And if you could please, tapping the pencil and using that red pencil, could you circle the screen where you observed them at this point? Thank you. Right, resuming at that timestamp of 22:05:08. And Sergeant Parent, again, on the left side of the screen where we observe this black vehicle, is that the vehicle you're referring to, the BMW?
Yes, it is.
And what direction do we see the males headed in?
They're traveling on Elizabeth Street towards North Highland Ave.
On here at 22:06:37 timestamp, you mentioned that you observed this vehicle as belonging to someone else from the same camera footage?
Same camera footage.
Okay. I am going to open up State's Exhibit 9. Earlier timestamp. One moment, it should come up on the screen in front of you. All right, in, excuse me, sorry, Sergeant, do we see that vehicle in, this portion of State's Exhibit 9?
Yes.
Okay, can you circle it for us using that same pencil? And what's the timestamp, and date we have associated with this?
February 25th, 2022, and 1551, which would be 351.
Play at that timestamp. Sports. The timestamp 15 hours, 54 minutes, 4 seconds. And what do we observe here?
The person who had been driving the vehicle, presumed to be the owner of the vehicle, exiting the vehicle and walking away. And it is a female based on attributes, characteristics.
15 hours, 54 minutes, and 28 seconds.
Is this a good time to break for lunch?
Yes, Judge, it would be.
All right, let's come back at 1:40, please. Deputy, please make sure every juror has a visible juror sticker. Thank you. Please recall your witness.
Plan now.
All rise for the jury. All jury present, count clear.
Please be seated. Sergeant, please come back to the stand. You remain under oath.
Right, well, good afternoon, Sergeant. Now earlier where we were talking, you mentioned that, there is evidence that's sent to your internal, Atlanta Police Department lab that looks at ballistics sometimes. And you also, mentioned items going to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Is that correct?
Yes,
And did you follow that procedure of submitting some, items for forensics in this case?
yes.
And are you aware of any results that were yielded?
No, of the items that were submitted to the GBI looking for any trace evidence of DNA or things like that, there was no leads that were generated off of any hits.
Leads as to viable suspects?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to turn your attention back to some of that footage that you gathered. When we left off, we're at that March 5th, 2022 date. You were doing another look at the Wise camera footage, and we saw the three individuals enter that vehicle, that BMW vehicle we saw parked by another woman earlier. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And then you noted that they were walking up Elizabeth Street towards North Highland?
that's correct.
Okay. Were they captured on the Vic camera that we viewed earlier, that's at that intersection of North Highland and Elizabeth Street?
Yes.
And one moment, I will pull that up so we can see that. And in observing all of the camera footage that you were able to obtain from that area, were you able to track the route of those individuals?
Yes, so because we had so much camera footage, we were actually able to track the path of not only the victim, but of what we believe to be persons of interest and related to the incident. So the individuals that we saw at this car kind of stood out to us as because we knew that wasn't the person who had originally driven the car. Therefore, we consider that an entering auto. So that kind of drew our attention to these three individuals because there was a crime that had been committed in that area that we were able to capture on those cameras. So it continued to follow them using the different sources of footage throughout that little footprint in Inman Park.
Just a second, that block will disappear. It's kind of obstructing our view a little bit. Now, here, is this the same image where we're looking at with Pure Taqueria in the background at North Highland and Elizabeth?
Yes.
Okay. And if you can see that timestamp at the bottom, can you read it out for me?
February 25th, 2022, 10:07 p.m.
Starting the video at that timestamp. Now pausing the video at timestamp 10 hours, 8 minutes and 0 seconds. Are you able to see those 3 individuals?
Yes.
If you could please, using that touchscreen feature, first the pencil, then the red, if you could circle the area we see them in. And how are you able to follow the route? You know, we're a little bit ways back looking at this big camera, but what details do you use to keep track of this group?
So one of the things that made it easier to follow them was the particular clothing that they were wearing. One individual in particular wore very bright red shorts. So with the lighting, as it changes from view to view and what lighting is available, you can still make out the red shorts fairly easily. And then there was another subject wearing like a greenish gray kind of pants that, and then another one had a jacket that all had distinctive markings and characteristics on them that made it able to continue to watch those individuals. Additionally, all 3 traveled together. They might separate by crossing the street for a period of time, but they all traveled together throughout that whole footprint.
Zooming the video at 10 hours, 8 minutes and 0 seconds. We're watching, this group move down. Which street are they moving down at this point?
They're on North Highland.
Okay. Now, after we see them leave off of where we have a vantage view on this camera footage, are you able to pick them back up anywhere else?
Yes, so on the Bernina is the next street over, and it comes around and curves along the belt line and intersects with Elizabeth. They are on Bernina on the North Highland side, where they walk up to an apartment building entry door.
And was that captured on any footage that you were able to obtain?
Yes, security footage from the apartment complex.
And did you collect that footage and place it as part of your case file?
I did.
Had a chance to view that footage prior to today?
I did.
In a true and accurate copy?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender, excuse me, State's Exhibit 132.
No objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted, you may publish.
While I'm pulling this up, what type of locations are on the street we see them turn onto that for this side of Bernina Ave? Does it include the numerous restaurants and different establishments we see on North Highland?
So no, so Bernina is it's not nearly as active as North Highland. The street's not nearly as big as North Highland. It's a much smaller residential section of the street. Because you have the belt line on one side, and then you have very large apartment complex on the other side. So pretty much that whole drive right there is, people walking along the belt line or walking to the belt line or driving to their parking lot at the back of their apartment complex. But it's not like the traffic that you see along North Highland where it's, people are going back and forth and traffic and things like that.
And again, as you're tracking or viewing the footage and tracking this group, did you track other groups or individuals in the same footage as well?
Yes. So during the course of looking at all the footage that we had available, we were looking for along with following the path of the victim, we looked at everybody that came into that area around the time frame that we were determining to be when Mr. Arnold was killed. And we looked at all the people that were coming through, we followed each individual person on cameras to see where they went, that they were coming from an area, going to another area, looking for anybody that might have been hanging out in the area. And what we were able to see was that we have people that are either coming from one side of the belt line, coming through, patronizing a business, or coming back, getting into their car, leaving or going home, or you have people that have come in and then they're patronizing a business or they're going to the belt line. You see them see people meet with other people and then walk with direction or catch an Uber and leave. You see Ubers coming and going. You see, Grubhub, things of that nature, Uber Eats come by, do their stops. You see a lot of coming and going traffic. What stood out to me regarding the three individuals was they did not seem to have an intended destination in their travels. So they didn't enter into the area and go to a restaurant or to a business in the area. They traveled around this footprint looking for something. We saw them, get in the car, which we knew wasn't operated by them. So we believed it was on our radar that they were looking for things in the vehicle or looking for cars to break into, as I saw in the video. So that because that drew my attention to these people that weren't leaving the area, they kept going around in the area looking at different things. And then they get to the apartment complex door, and I actually see them, one of the individuals try to pull the door open.
And is that what we have, that vantage point here in State's Exhibit 132?
Yes.
And the timestamp that we're at now, could you read that out for me? And that time, it might be obscured in your view.
I think I can make it out. February 25th, 2022 at 10:05 p.m.
Starting State's Exhibit 132 at that. Now, Sergeant, stopping here at timestamp 10 hours, 5 minutes and 35 seconds, 0.526 milliseconds. If you could, do you see that group that you're tracking on the video here?
Yes.
And if you could use that touchscreen feature again to a red pen and circle them for us. Thank you. And I'm going to resume the video at that same timestamp.
And something that we noted with regards to the door in particular was that keypad that's next to the door, that's if you are not a resident and you want to go in and meet somebody or go up to their apartment, you have to call somebody to let you in. The residents also have a key card that they touch up and can enter the property. The individuals pulled on the door, but they didn't have a key card and go in. They didn't go up to the call box to try to call somebody to say, hey, we're coming to visit you. They simply just tried to force the door open.
Now, we're stopping States 132 at 10 hours, 6 minutes and 14 seconds, 5.588 milliseconds PM. We see those individuals leave off of Bryant. Are you able to track then where they head to from there?
Yes, so there's another camera on the other side of the building that's on, as the curve comes around on Bernina, there's another camera that looks at that side right there and the Beltline entrance.
And were you able to obtain footage from that camera?
I was.
And did you preserve and add that camera footage as part of your case file?
Yes,
Have a chance to view it before today?
yes,
True and accurate?
yes,
At this time, Your Honor, the state would tender the footage from the parking lot view of Bernina as State's Exhibit 133.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted, you may publish.
Exhibit 132, come on. Like it wouldn't be a Monday afternoon without a few technical difficulties, please bear with. All right, Sergeant. So I'm gonna have you, excuse me, do that same thing using that touch screen and kind of orient us as to where we are now.
okay. Okay, so this right off here is your Beltline path. And it comes and meets the street right here. It also goes this way towards the bridge and the skate park, and then has an access path that goes to the other side, which is also where Beach Circle is. This is Bernina, and it comes off of North Highland and curves around the apartment building. And then alongside of this building, this is the back side of Elizabeth. So would be Elizabeth meeting up right here.
So if we are following that group, just if you could show us again, what direction would they be heading from as we come onto the screen?
They're heading this direction.
Thank you. Starting the video, I'm sorry, at timestamp 10 minutes, 7 or 10 hours, 7 minutes, 5 seconds. Pausing the video at timestamp 10 hours, 7 minutes and 17 seconds. Sergeant, is this the same group of individuals we saw coming that same route you explained?
Yes.
Okay. And do we see some of that distinctive, excuse me, clothing that you made note of?
Yes, so there's a street light right over here that's just off a camera view, but it illuminates the area quite a bit, and we were able to see distinctive items about their clothing, like the symbol that was on the back of the jacket of one individual, the red shorts, and the greenish colored pants.
And I'm gonna resume the video at that same timestamp. Okay. And stopping at timestamp 10 hours, 8 minutes, and 10 seconds, 0.223 milliseconds PM. Are we able to see, Sergeant, what direction this group is headed towards?
Yes, so they came off of Bernina, and right here is the entrance to the Beltline. They turned onto the entrance to the Beltline and start heading towards the big bridge, the big overpass bridge that if you keep going in that direction, you'll end up at the skate park on the other side.
Just following your hand motions, that's headed kind of towards the left, veering towards the
Yes,
left?
yes, to the left.
If I would have veered towards the right, what would I be headed?
If you veer towards the right, you'd be heading towards Beach Circle.
Now, do we capture, you noted that heading in that left direction, you would be heading towards the belt line, towards the skate park. Were you able to capture the same group on the belt line towards the skate park?
Yes.
And that's the footage previously tendered in State's Exhibit 131 that you were able to preserve pretty early on with the big camera unit?
Yes.
One moment, you will see that footage. And typically, Sergeant, are there multiple angles that are contained within the same camera footage that's pulled from the big cameras?
Yeah, so depending on which camera it is and what location, there's either going to be anywhere from 2 to 5 cameras on a particular pole. And it just depends on placement and need. So on this particular pole, there was 5 cameras. One of which was not operational. There was some damage to the lens, but the other 4 camera angles we were able to look at. And it shows you a perspective so that it almost gives you a 365 degree, 360 degree view of the area around it. So that encompasses, what majority of you could see if you were just walking by.
Items. So just kind of walking through some of those items here, what's the location tied to this big camera and the big camera number?
South of Freedom Parkway, northeast near 4th Ward Skate Park.
And which camera is it?
I'm sorry.
There's a designation camera and then a number.
This particular view is camera 1.
And is this one of the ones you noted that had an obstructed view at the time?
Yeah, there was damage to the camera.
Okay. Oh, great. Here, we see similar location at the top and a different camera number. Is that kind of how you were explaining with the multiple cameras on the same pole?
Yes,
Okay.
so it's the same location. There's just cameras all the way around.
And what are we looking at here in this area?
So you're looking at a different view angle, and this is the Beltline path that comes from the area of Elizabeth and Bernina, and it's heading towards, this is the overpass right here, and it's heading towards, on the other side, there is a skate park.
So if individuals would have traveled as we saw that particular group going towards the left, heading onto the Beltline, would they pass this particular portion?
Yes, if they were heading in the direction of the main Beltline path towards the skate park, they would have passed this camera.
Beginning at timestamp 10 hours, 13 minutes, 26 seconds, 8:37 milliseconds PM. Go back and reshare. I apologize, it's stacked a little to get stacked, right? Stand. Okay. All right. So I'm restarting. I'm sorry to replay it. 10 hours, 13 minutes and 16 seconds, 970 milliseconds PM. Now I'm just pausing at 10 hours, 13 minutes, 38 seconds, 0.710 milliseconds PM. Sergeant, are you able to see that same group here?
Yes.
Okay, if you could please, using that touchscreen feature, just circle that group for me. A bit of a lag. And are we seeing the same clothing that you made note of from previous videos?
Yes.
Okay. So clear the markings and continue at that same time stamp. Now, Sergeant, just to orient ourselves, what direction are they headed in? What would be down that way?
So over in this corner right here, that's the skate park. Earlier you saw a skateboarder ride down towards the obstacles that are in the park.
And are you able, I know it's a little difficult to see from this angle, but during your investigation, were you able to determine what was going on now with the group?
So watching the group and the different things that they're doing, it would appear that they decided to stop and pose for pictures in front of the graffiti on the wall.
And are you able to tell which of the individuals we see in the picture, who we see taking the picture?
So the individual with the jean jacket, with the big, design on the back, was the one taking the pictures. The red shorts and the green pants are posing right now.
Now, Sergeant, we appeared to see that same group walk a little bit further down and some individuals walk off closer in that skate park area. Were you able to keep track of this group?
Yes, so the same way that they travel through the footprint, they stay together. And you can see when they walk up, they stop, and then everybody else is continuing past and moving past in one way or direction or another. And then after standing there for a little bit of time, they start heading back the same direction they came. Now, it's at this point in the video that there's a female that is walking past the group. They engage in, or try to engage in conversation with her, and she, dismisses them. She picks up her pace to try to move away from the group, and then they seem to match their pace and are following behind her.
Timestamp. Just because it's a lot. But what time are we paused at here?
I can't see it.
What about it? Should change the view a little bit. Did that help? Or-
No, there's a bar across the bottom.
Which one?
And then when you just expanded it, I can't see it at all.
Was all the way down.
Got it.
Mm-hmm. We try to adjust that. Still not visible on your.
No, I can see it now. Whatever you did took the bar off. It's 10:17 p.m.
Now, we see the three individuals where we paused it now heading in a particular direction. What direction would they be headed in if they're on the belt line under the bridge at this point?
So if you're on the Beltline under the bridge, they're heading back the same way they came, which would be the entry point area at Elizabeth and Bernina.
Now, is it possible that someone could veer off and head from this direction over towards, to continue on the belt?
Yes, so there is access paths. So one of the access paths to take you a little farther in one direction. So if you wanted to not go to the skate park, there's an access path that would take you to a different connect to, again, a different access points for people's neighborhoods and things like that. So if you don't get off the belt line right there and you're going back to Elizabeth Street, you can make that left coming off the belt line and head up on the one of the access paths that walks that goes by Beach Circle.
And is that opposite path that continues on to the belt line, is that captured by any Vic camera footage?
I'm sorry, which path?
Sorry, if you're taking the path that continues on to the belt line, heading back behind Bernina, that portion of the belt line, instead of taking the access path or getting off the belt line?
Yes,
Is that captured on Vic camera?
some of it, not all of it.
I am going to show angle 4 of the same State's Exhibit 133. Now, what are we looking at here? Where would you be?
Okay, you want me to do the thing?
Yes. Try to get some of these boxes out of the way, I'm sorry.
Okay, so this right here is the apartment building from the earlier footage. So this would be Bernina right here. And then Elizabeth would be about right here. And this is if you're heading away from the bridge, with the Beltline Bridge. This direction is continuing along the main Beltline. And then this is an access road or access path to get to the main direction of the Beltline.
So if we are walking the trajectory where we see that camera footage in our last view on camera 2,
Mhm.
coming from under the bridge, towards the left would be headed towards Beach Circle, is that correct?
That's correct.
And towards the right would be headed towards this area.
Yes, it'd be a different section of the Beltline path, yeah.
Let's see here if it comes up. Are you able to see the timestamp associated with where we are here? Same box.
Same box.
Moment. Yeah. Are you able to see it at this point? Or same box?
It's the same box. It looks like it says 10:17 PM, but I can't make out the last digits.
Understood.
Oh, I can see it at the bottom now. Yep, 10:17 PM.
Okay. And I'm gonna start at that timestamp, 10:17 PM. I was going to increase the speed to 2 times our normal speed, just to speed it up. And I'm now going to go to 4 times our normal speed, continuing on. And going to go to 6 times our normal speed, just to speed it up. Let me ask the sergeant, in us watching, this camera, the alternate path on State's Exhibit 131, do we see that same group travel through this area?
No.
And did you watch additional footage than what we're even seeing here?
Yes, I watched it for a good hour plus.
At any point, do we see that group of the 3 individuals travel down this path?
No, they never go down that section of the Beltline.
So now, if I don't head to the left or the right, you mentioned earlier that you could also return to that Elizabeth Street and Bernina Avenue intersection?
That's correct.
Okay. Is that the same intersection that we saw captured on that WISE camera footage?
Yes.
In State's Exhibit 9? And let me ask that, with that camera footage, I know you said earlier there was minute by minute of a multitude of days. Did it capture, the time frame of 10:17 to 10:40?
Yes.
Okay. Right, I'm gonna go to that same rough time frame around 10:17, which is when we last saw on the Beltline footage, the young woman who was walking with some haste, followed by the group of 3.
Correct.
And did you watch that camera footage, that same camera angle beginning at 10:17 and continuing on?
No, I started watching it long before. I viewed all the cameras that we had in that area for quite some time before before when we figured out when the incident occurred and some time afterwards. Just again, to get an idea of the people and their traffic through there. Are they passing through? Are they going somewhere? Or is anybody just hanging out in the area?
In that case, I'm gonna point your attention directly to that same evening, February 25th, 2022, timestamp 22:18. And what time would that be in our regular time?
10:18 p.m.
And just pausing at timestamp 22/18/23, do we see anyone of note on the screen?
Yes. This is the female in all black that was coming through the bridge from the area of the skate park and came to the other side and exited the belt line. The same female that was engaged and then followed by the three males.
Assuming at that same timestamp. And ending, I'm saying 22/19/02. Sergeant Parent, did we see that group of individuals, those three males anywhere?
No, they did not. They didn't exit the Beltline area. If they had, they would have either gone back behind the apartment complex and on Bernina, or they would have come out here on Elizabeth and Bernina.
And again, you watched much more than we're watching or displaying here in.
Days worth of viewing, yes, days worth of viewing.
And did they reappear on either one of those camera angles after that 10:17 p.m.?
No.
Now I want to point out or return to earlier where we viewed this same camera angle, States Exhibit 9, and we saw the victim, Mr. Arnold, walking down towards that entrance of the belt line. That was roughly at 10:20 p.m., is that correct?
That's about right, yes.
Now, after we see Mr. Arnold, as we saw earlier, travel past this wise camera footage at the corner of Bernina and Elizabeth Street, do we see him reappear on any of the big cameras?
No. No, we do not.
Okay. That's checking the alternative route of the belt line that goes back behind Bernina?
Yeah, he did not, he had to go to the right, because if he had gone on the left, it would have been that last view where we saw where the path continues down, it's brightly lit. Or we would have seen him go down under the bridge. So the only alternative, when we see him enter the Beltline path, is that he has to make that right onto the access trail.
I want to return back to our bridge camera angle. Now, at any point after that 10:17 p.m. timestamp where we see those three individuals leave headed off towards the beach circle location, do you see anything else of note in that same under the bridge?
Yes, so in earlier video, we had the audio clip of a gunshot that you can clearly hear. At around that same time frame, on the Beltline Vic camera, you can see a couple walking, coming from the direction of the skate park, approaching the camera, which would be heading towards Bernina and Elizabeth, or continuing on that path. And you see them turn their heads real suddenly. So if I'm them and I'm walking towards, Bernina Elizabeth, or going to that path, as soon as they come out the bridge, you see them turn their heads both very quickly, like they're reacting to something. I believed that it was them reacting to the sound of the gunshot.
And again, that's because it coincided with that time frame created by the independent footage.
Correct.
Now, with that note, I'm going to fast forward 10:27. And just pausing here at 10:27:07, 9:57 milliseconds PM. Do you see that couple that you're referring to?
Yes. It's these two right here.
Video. Do so at the halftime speed. All right, it's at the. We'll play it at regular speed. Up until timestamp. Ten 27:21 9:57, and we'll go to the 8th speed. Anything of note here, sorry.
At that point, you can see them turn their heads, that there obviously was something that got their attention. With the time frame, it coincides with the warehouse audible clip.
Now, at this point, we're at March, into March from, the 26th of February where your investigation began. At this point, what do you do with your investigation and the information?
So based on the timeline that we established, with the path of Mr. Arnold, and then marrying it with, the footage for the couple turning their head to the time with the gunshot that's audibly heard, it coincides with about the time that Mr. Arnold would have been in that location at that time. And we now have, people that are kind of lingering in the area, 3 subjects that are lingering in the area. We also have the car where the owner of the vehicle was not present at the time. These 3 individuals were in the vehicle, and we have these 2 people that turned their head and noticing the shot. So we had a press conference, little news briefer, looking to identify persons of interest in this investigation. So we wanted to first and foremost get the owner of the vehicle. So we put up the information. If you have any information, we'd like to be able to process, your vehicle, and then put up, these, the couple, we think you may have witnessed or been in the area to notice something, like to speak with you and see if you've got any information. And then trying also as well to identify the 3 male individuals that you see walking around the park, around Inman Park and on that belt line at the time, Mr. Arnold was in that area.
And the date of that press conference was March 10th.
Yes.
And with the press conference and the news release, are you solely trying to find the 3 persons of interest or additional information as well?
No, always when we do like a public announcement, we're looking to identify persons of interest, to ask them some questions. But we're also saying if you have any, camera footage or cell phone footage, or if you saw anything, or you think you may have seen anything, encouraging the public to continue to provide any information or tips relating to the incident.
Locate the owner of that black BMW that we saw?
I did.
Okay, and did you try to determine who that couple that we see reacting to the gunshot was?
I did.
Were you able to find out who they were?
No, they never came forward.
Now, after the press release on March 10th, 2022, did you receive any information either on the 10th or 11th from any individuals who had knowledge of the case?
Yes, so I was working my shift that night, the evening shift, and received notification through our dispatch on our detective channel that there was Hateville PD was notifying Atlanta Homicide that they had someone in Hateville who stated that he had information relating to this case and wanted to speak to the detective involved.
And did you go out to speak with that individual?
Yes, I did.
And was that individual Mr. Shaquan Crawford?
Yes.
Now, what did you learn when you went out to speak to Mr. Crawford that day?
So we met Mr. Crawford where he had flagged down the Hateville officer. So it was at the racetrack in Hateville. I don't know if you're familiar, if everybody's familiar with that area, but it comes right off the interstate. It's on Virginia Avenue. And, nice public meeting place. And when we spoke to him, he stated that he had been contacted by the individuals that were in that footage. He stated that he received a screenshot of the photo from the news release. Can you identify these individuals as persons of interest? And stated that one of the individuals was saying, "This is me. I'm on the news. I need to get out of town. Can you help me?"
And that individual, was he able to identify him?
Yes.
Who was that individual?
Malik Williams.
Was it Brandon Williams or?
I'm sorry, Brandon Williams. I'm sorry.
Sorry. I'll rephrase. Who was that individual?
Brandon Williams.
Okay, so I don't have a leading question. I apologize. Now, with Brandon Williams, the information that he sent to Mr. Crawford, did Mr. Crawford provide that information or screenshots or any information tied to that?
Yeah, he actually pulled it up on his cell phone and showed it to us, and said, "This is what he sent me." You could see the screenshot on his phone where he's contacting me and asking for money.
I'm going to display what's been previously tendered into evidence as States Exhibits 97A and B. Okay, looking at States Exhibit 97A. And then States Exhibit 97B. Do you recognize these documents?
Yes, this is screenshots from his phone.
From the phone of Mr. Crawford?
Yes,
Okay, and the conversation we see is related to a contact named as Kid. Was he able to identify who Kid was?
yes, he identified him as Brandon Williams.
Okay. And were you able to find any information on the name or nickname Kid being linked to Brandon Williams?
Not initially, no.
Okay. Subsequently?
Yes, later on.
Okay. And how were you able to find, or where was that information? What was it that you found that linked the nickname Kid, or if you're familiar with Kid DeHardy, to Brandon Williams?
Social media, and afterwards, in cell phone data.
Now, particularly with what happened to Mr. Arnold on the night of February 25th, 2022, did Mr. Crawford give you any information that Brandon Williams provided to him about that incident?
I'm sorry, what was the date on that?
So when you spoke to Mr. Crawford on this March date, at that time, did he say how Mr. Williams, if he was, Brandon Williams, was involved at all in the homicide of Mr. Arnold?
So he stated that Brandon Williams told him that he was involved in the murder of Mr. Arnold, that him and Meat and
Object to this is hearsay.
Not join that objection.
So the witness has already
He testified, overruled. Please answer the question.
okay. So he stated to me that he was told by Brandon Williams that Brandon Williams stated that he was involved in the murder, that him and Demetrice Ross, Meat, and Tabu were in the area, and they were looking to steal cars because he knew of a chop shop where they could flip them real quick and make some money. And so they were actively trying to steal cars in the area.
Let's break here for a few minutes since we've been going over an hour.
All right, Demetrice.
Please be seated. Please resume direct examination.
In Sergeant Parent, in your initial conversation with Mr. Crawford, was he able to identify, looking at the photo that was released by Atlanta Police Department, was he able to identify the three individuals in the photo?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna show you what has been previously entered into evidence. State Exhibit 96. On the screen in front of you in just a second. And here, looking at State Exhibit 96, was he able to identify Brandon Williams in this photo?
Yes.
And can you circle who he identified as Brandon Williams? Okay, there's just a bit of a lag, I'm sorry. Now, if you could tap that pencil for me and then tap that red dot and then tap the blue dot. Now, using your finger and the touchscreen, can you, let me ask this, did he identify who Demetrice Ross or Meat was from the photo?
Yes.
Can you circle that person in blue? And doing that same procedure, pencil, red dot or blue dot, and then yellow. Can you please, well, let me ask this, did he identify the third individual?
He said that his name was Taboo.
Did he have a full name or government name for Taboo?
Not at that time, no.
And if you could please circle using the yellow line, Taboo. Now, after he identified these three individuals, Brandon Williams, Demetrice Ross or Meat, and Taboo, did he provide any phone numbers associated with any of the individuals?
Yes, he provided phone numbers for Brandon Williams and Demetrice Ross.
And did you make note of those phone numbers?
I did.
And do you recall the phone number for Brandon Williams?
No, I don't know it off the top of my head.
Would it refresh your recollection to view a copy of your report?
Yes.
I'm gonna approach you with a page out of your report that you prepared in connection to this case. If you could please take a look to refresh your recollection. Once it has been refreshed, let me know.
Okay.
Now, do you recall the phone number he provided for Brandon Williams?
A 470-920-7356.
And did he provide a number for Demetrice Ross or Meet?
Yes, I'm sorry,
So go ahead.
404-451-0825.
Thank you, Sergeant. Now, did he provide a phone number for the individual he identified as just Tamu?
No.
Now, at this point, after Mr. Crawford has provided you with the details that Brandon Williams has provided, well, let me ask this. In those details, did he mention anything about a gunshot wound being inflicted?
I'm sorry, a gun what?
A gunshot wound being inflicted upon Mr. Arnold?
Yes, yes. He stated that Brandon told him that he had shot Mr. Arnold. He stated that in relation to the cars they were looking to steal to take to the chop shop, he wanted to rob him of the keys for the car, and he didn't have it, so he shot him. And then following the shooting, he told Shaquan Crawford that that Meat and Brandon Williams went, or Demetrice Ross and Brandon Williams went to Decatur to a family member's house and stayed there for a period of time.
Now, did he refer to the shooting in any particular way at that point?
Yes, the phrasing that he stated that Brandon Williams used was, and it does involve some vulgarity. Okay. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. He said, I dome capped his ass. And I had to ask Shaquan Crawford, what does dome cap mean? And he said, your head, the dome, he capped you, he shot you in the head.
Now, at this point, on March 10th, does he provide any additional information? Or during this first meeting, I guess, let me refer to it that way.
He'd stated that that Brandon was actively seeking out money to try to get away, to go into hiding, things like that. That he was trying to leave the area. He said to Shaquan that, and then Shaquan advised me that he was the shooter, and that he also had another body that the police hadn't even discovered yet. And he elaborated to say that he had murdered somebody else, but the police hadn't found the body yet.
Now, other than the this information at the time, does Mr. Crawford provide anything else during this first meeting?
During this first meeting, he's very forthcoming. He states, he advised us of, general of his background, that he's willing to cooperate, provide further information to us as he receives communication from Brandon and anything else that comes up. And he ended the conversation with us that night by stating that he didn't think what Brandon and Meat did to that man was, Mr. Arnold, wasn't good. It wasn't, that he didn't deserve it. Stated that the victim was a good guy, that he wasn't involved in gangs, wasn't involved in drugs, wasn't involved in being in the streets, that he was a good guy that didn't deserve to be shot. And he's told us that he felt that it was wrong and he wanted to step up and provide the information to do the right thing, because if it was his family and he was in a similar situation, or his family was in a similar situation, he hoped that somebody who had information about this would want to come forward and share that as well to provide justice for the victim.
Now, you mentioned that Mr. Crawford said he would follow up with additional information if he got it. Is that right?
That's correct.
Did he follow up later with additional information?
He did.
Tell me about that.
So Mr. Crawford had continued to be in conversation with Brandon Williams, with Williams continuing to ask for money so that he could get out of town. And Mr. Crawford advised me that he had met up with Brandon to give him money, but that then he also recorded him making statements about the shooting. At this point, he tells me that Mr. Crawford advises that he held up his cell phone in this manner and asked him how he killed him. And again, this is when Mr. Williams describes again that he didn't have what I wanted. I don't leave no witnesses, and so I dome capped his ass.
Now, the videotape portion of that conversation, did Mr. Crawford relay that to you all?
He did.
And this videotape information, did he provide a time frame? Did it exist during your first conversation with Mr. Crawford, or did it happen in the interim?
No. So he didn't have this video at our initial encounter. This was a subsequent meeting that he had with Brandon when he met him up face to face.
Show you what has been previously entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 98. Should appear on screen shortly. I believe that sound feature worked. Publishing State's Exhibit 98.
Baby, look like a boy. Okay, what you mean? Y'all didn't get no. What you mean? Y'all didn't get no money out of this nigga? Ain't get no money, man. That nigga didn't go in his pocket, man. I said, man, God, dang, man, that shit made me. I don't even want to think about that shit. What happened? He busted pocket. Don't shot that nigga up. Don't shot him. I caught 2 on him same night. They still ain't found him. Shit. That's crazy. So what the hell goddamn witch call it? They taboo up, man. That nigga finna go to Texas. Where he at? I can dig it, bro. He up? That nigga up, man. That's what I'm saying. Me and me, we grinding. But you got other niggas with you? Shit, yeah.
Now, State's Exhibit 98, is that the video Mr. Crawford provided where he told you the background of it is he asked about what happened to Mr. Arnold?
Yes.
And during State's 98, we hear some other names referenced during State's 98. Let me ask this, who do we see right there on the screen in State's 98?
That's Brandon Williams.
And we heard him mention other individuals by name or nickname. Was that of note in your investigation?
Yeah, he mentions meat.
Does he also mention Tabo?
Yes, yes, he also mentions Taboo.
Now, during this subsequent meeting with Mr. Crawford on March 11th, does he provide any information on the gun that was used during the homicide?
He stated to me that Brandon Williams told him that the gun belonged to Meat. Meat wasn't a convicted felon, so Demetrice Ross was not a convicted felon and would buy guns from pawn shops, and that he gave the gun to Brandon for Brandon to shoot the victim.
And again, did he provide any information on why they shot Mr. Arnold?
He stated that Brandon advised him that he shot him because he didn't have the keys to the car that he wanted to steal, or that they wanted to steal and send to the shop.
Now, at this point, after you have spoken to Mr. Crawford now twice, including with video evidence during this subsequent interview. What do you do from there?
So with the phone numbers that we obtained, we went ahead and sent out for cell phone records based on those phone numbers. And with those cell phone records that came back, we had one of our cell phone analyst experts take a look at the information in there, and they provided their findings to me and showed that there was a relation to Mr. Ross and Mr. Williams and in their communications. We also see Shaquan Crawford's communications with Brandon Williams, and you see what I was advised was that their data shows them.
Hearsay, advised by somebody else.
It's part of her investigation, Your Honor, so I would ask for some latitude without.
All right, overrule, answer the question.
So the analyst's report on it advised me that they were in the location at the time of the incident. We were able to substantiate some of the information that was provided by Shaquan Crawford, and it satisfied enough to go ahead and initially obtain warrants for Brandon Williams and Demetrice Ross.
So it's only at that point, after the multiple meetings with Mr. Crawford, the footage that you reviewed that we all went through between the big cameras, the Wise camera footage, the apartment camera footage, the footage you got from Mr. Crawford, and the phone verification that you then substantiated.
Yeah, there was a large amount of time between when the incident occurred on the 28th and when I got the warrants, because it took so much time to get all the video footage, process and view all the video footage, wait for cell phone records to be returned after we send a search warrant to the cell phone providers, wait for those to come back, wait for the analysts to analyze the data that's returned to them, and then provide me with their report.
You know, after you obtain those warrants, were Mr. Williams and or Mr. Ross arrested at some point?
Yes, so Mr. Williams was arrested first. Mr. Crawford continued furthering to assist police in this investigation. After my warrants were secured, I turned over the package to our fugitive unit, who is the one that goes and actually apprehends the wanted individuals. Their investigators took over at that point and did their investigation as far as trying to locate and apprehend Mr. Williams and Mr. Ross.
And once Mr. Williams and Mr. Ross were recovered, did you follow that normal procedure of turning over any phones to the specialized unit?
Yes,
Okay, and did you receive a report connected to Mr. Ross's cell phone?
I did. His cell phone was recovered during his arrest.
And you had a chance to review that report, also known as an extraction report, is that correct?
That's correct. So when a phone is recovered, it goes to our cyber crimes division, and they do their magic. I don't really know how to describe it. It's all computer and it's Greek to me, but that's why they're experts in what they do. They hooked the phone up to their system, and it produced data and reports, and then it's analyzed and the information is provided to me after it's been interpreted.
And in reviewing that extraction report, were you able to find different items that did positively identify that phone as belonging to Demetrice Ross?
Yes,
And you had a chance to review that extraction report prior to today?
yes,
True and accurate copy in State's Exhibit 134?
yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the State would tender State's Exhibit 134.
No objection.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object just based on the fact that he's not actually extracted these cell phone records, even if anybody can say that they reviewed.
Your response?
So, Your Honor, she collected the phone. That phone was collected from arrest. She then reviewed the contents extensively and was able, as she testified to confirm the contents identified.
All right, overruled, admitted. You may publish.
Your Honor. Now, I'm going to approach you with State's Exhibit marked for identification purposes. State's Exhibits 134A through 134J. I'm going to show them to defense counsel. Now, in the extraction report, Sergeant, is there information related to text or other messages that would be exchanged between the phone owner, in this case, Mr. Ross, and other individuals?
Yes.
Okay. Is there contact information or phone numbers listed for those individuals he's communicating?
Yes, as it's explained to me by our analysts, it's when the cell phone is, as we say, dumped or extracted, there is a log of everything that occurs with that phone, from when you turn it on and off, what calls are received, text messages, any video or images saved. It downloads the contents of that device.
If you could flip through State's Exhibits 134A through J. And just let us know if you recognize those as messages, call logs, details related to the extraction report of Mr. Ross. I'm going to pull those up on the screen as well.
Yes, this looks like the contents provided in the report that was given to me.
Grab those just for you to follow along on the bigger screen. Thank you.
Mhm.
Now, on the screen, we will begin with State's Exhibit 134A. Now, looking at State's Exhibit 134A, what was of note about State's Exhibit 134A?
It was the segment that was provided to the news, the images that we provided. There was some video that they put together, and this from what we could tell was a screenshot of the news press release.
And is there a modification date? Is there a modification date tied to this image from Mr. Ross's phone?
Yeah, it's dated on March 10th, 2022 at 8:13 p.m.
Now going to State's Exhibit 134B as in boy. what do we see of note here?
That is the photo, of the victim that was also released in the presser about the case.
Also within the images contained on Mr. Ross's phone?
That is correct.
Now, was there a contact, listed in Mr. Ross's phone by the name of Lil B?
Yes.
Okay. And, were you able to tie that contact of Little B to anyone else related to your investigation?
The number was the same as what was provided by Shaquan Crawford, for Brandon Williams.
Going to states 134C. One moment. Right, looking at State's Exhibit 134C, starting with where we are. That block. Now, are you able to read those words or should I blow it up a little bit more, Sergeant Parent?
I think I can make it out.
Better than me. Go a little bit. Okay. Now, the communication we see here, in blue, we see those messages tied to a little B. Who is that person again?
That was, Brandon Williams.
Okay. And the green messages, who would those be tied to?
Demetrice Ross.
Now, I want to scroll down particularly to the bottom of this page of State's Exhibit 134C. Beginning with what we have at the timestamp of 7:42:31 PM. Can you read out that in a subsequent message for me?
911, call me ASAP, brother.
And the next message?
911.
Going to subsequent page. Here we have that same conversation between Mr. Williams and Mr. Ross.
Yes.
And walking through, starting at the top, what do we have?
IK, which I believe to be I know it is, LOL. She told me if they have a name by Friday, she'll risk it. You want me to continue reading? Okay. Don't have a name. I gotta survive till then. I'm not leaving though, only moving at night. Cut your location off too.
Now, during your investigation, did you gather any information during your investigation from a Miss Edna Rivers or a Miss Talisha Reese?
Yes.
Okay, and tell us just a little bit about what they came before.
I was advised that Brandon and Demetrice had gone to one of their homes. I'm not entirely sure which house, whose house it was, off of recollection. But that they had gone there and, they felt very uneasy. And it was an unannounced visit, if you will. That they, had said they'd been involved in some things and were looking for help.
And Miss Rivers, Edna Rivers, did she provide messages to you all between herself and Mr. Brandon Williams?
Yes.
And did the date related to that conversation correlate to what her and Miss Reese had reported about him coming to their location?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, I think I cut you off at cut your location off too. Then we see a green message. Who would that be talking at the bottom of this?
Demetrice Ross.
Okay, what is he saying?
Nah, they ain't, bro, but we gotta be cool, family. We gonna survive this.
And what's the date related to this message?
On the March 11th, 2022.
And would this have been before or after the press release from April?
It was after the press release.
All right, continuing on to the next page of State's Exhibit 134C. We have green bubble at the top. Is that Mr. Ross still?
I'm sorry, I missed, what's at the top?
The green bubble, is that Mr.
Green.
Ross?
Yes, it is.
And what does he say at that point?
Okay.
Okay, and then we switch back over to Mr. Williams. Can you read those out for me?
Yeah, you right, brother. Another cold case.
Does Mr. Ross respond?
He says, yes, sir.
And does Mr. Williams respond?
Mr. Williams states, about to get a little rest, check back up on me at 9:30 or 10. Oh yeah, hold on. I about to send our secret spot, Plan B.
Does Mr. Ross respond?
He replies with, cool, I got you.
And a continuation of that same conversation on the next page of State's Exhibit 134C.
So you see the cool, I got you reply, and then Brandon sends a text. It's in the middle of nowhere, about 10 minutes from E, and she gonna let us get her car while we park you car deep in her yard. And Mr. Ross replies, cool, I got it, bet. And Brandon replies, write it down, put in safekeeping, then delete it.
And again, what date is tied to this part of the conversation?
March 11th of 2022.
Now, as part of the extraction report, are you also able to see the call log associated with Mr. Ross's phone?
Yes.
A moment, that will come up on the screen. State's Exhibit, starting with State's Exhibit 1. Okay, looking at State's Exhibit 134D, were you able to see the contact and phone numbers of any of the individuals related to the case?
Yes.
Your investigation?
So we see Tebu's phone number and how the names are is based on how the contact is stored on the phone. So you see Tebu's phone number, and
I'm sorry, what is that phone number for the record?
770-686-5979.
And who else?
You see Lil B, which the phone number matches to Brandon Williams.
And the date we have associated with this portion of the call log on Mr. Ross's phone, what is that date?
The February 25th, 2022.
Moving on to, State Exhibit 134E. Are we still in that call log from Mr. Ross's phone?
Yes.
Okay. Anyone of note showing in this portion?
Yes, so we have a call from Tebu, and calls being made to Tebu.
And, are there conversations being had, going by the duration section?
It appears that when the Mr. Ross's phone receives the phone call from Tebu, at 1:24 a.m. on the 27th, they talked for 26 seconds, and then the next series of calls to Tebu, it says it's answered, but it because the duration is so short, it leads me to believe that it was sent to voicemail.
States Exhibit 134F. I'm sorry, I don't hide some of these boxes. Any individuals of note in States Exhibit 134F?
Lil B,
And again, who is that tied to?
that's Brandon Ross's phone number.
Brent.
I'm sorry, Brandon Williams. Sorry, a lot of names today.
Okay, you've been up here a while, Sergeant. And what dates are associated with calls between Brandon Williams and Demetrice Ross in this section?
There's outgoing calls from Ross's phone to Brandon Williams on 3/12 or March 12th, 2022.
And is that date related in any way to Mr. Williams' arrest?
Excuse me. Not at that point, no.
Then 134G. Looking at 134G, any contacts of interest in this portion?
There's a number of calls that are from and to Tebu.
The last of which at the top of this call log or this portion of the call log, what was the date associated with that?
I'm sorry, you want
At the,
the first line?
yes, the first line.
The first line was from so an answer call from Tebu on March 14th, 2022.
Does this include from the duration portion of conversation between the two?
It appears that there was a conversation that took place.
Lastly, looking at State Exhibit 134H, anyone of note here?
There's a missed call from Tebu,
And what was the date of that?
March 16th, 2022.
Mr. Williams was placed under arrest on the evening hours of March 12th, 2022, is that correct?
Yes, Lisa.
And Mr. Ross was placed under arrest during the late afternoonish hours of March 16th.
Yes,
Is that correct?
that's correct.
Now going to State Exhibit 134I. Does the extraction report also contain searches that were conducted on Mr. Ross's phone?
Yes.
Anything of note looking at State Exhibit 134I?
So the first four lines are data history from visiting Channel 2 news websites.
Was that related to the investigation in any way?
It was. Channel 2 is the one who put out the press conference with the request for identification of persons of interest.
And then lastly, are there messages or instant messages that are captured within the extraction report of Mr. Ross's phone as well?
I'm sorry, repeat that last part for me.
I'm sorry, are there messages or instant messages that are contained from Mr. Ross's phone on the extraction report as well?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at State's Exhibit 134J, anything of note here?
So you see in the blue, when it's clicked on at 3/11/22, this message is coming, and you see in the upper right corner, it's coming from Tebu to Mr. Ross's phone, and the content of the message says, "Fam, come through for real emergency."
In March 11th, would that have been roughly around the date of the media releases?
Yes.
Now, once you had reviewed this report and obtained a phone number for Taboo in Mr. Ross's phone, that being 770-686-5979, did you obtain those phone records as well?
I did.
And provide them to the same analyst?
I did.
Okay. Who is that individual, by the way?
I'm sorry?
Who is that individual with Atlanta Police Department who reviewed the phone records tied to these individuals?
So we have a group of individuals that are trained as experts in interpreting cell phone data. And so we have a group of analysts, and then that are that's their technical term, but they are civilian employees. We also have a number of detectives that work in homicide that also review and interpret cell phone information coming from the carriers. I am not trained to interpret that data, so I rely on them when I get the data to analyze it for me and provide me with an easier to read report, as it's a lot of cell phone data. You're talking about hundreds and thousands of pages of information coming in that have to be put into a particular software to be able to use the functions like geolocations and things like that.
Is Detective Ronald Sluss, is he one of the individuals that works within Atlanta Police Department who is specialized in this unit?
Yes, he is.
Now, I want to turn our attention to Tebu. So initially, when we were speaking about the report from Mr. Crawford, he was not able to provide a full name or a government name for Tebu, is that correct?
That is correct.
Did he describe that he had the same close friendship with either Williams Ross that he had, or that friendship also existed with Tebu, or whether or not it did?
He described having previously known them. His connection to these individuals was to Brandon Williams in jail. During the course of my investigation, prior to obtaining warrants, we made sure that we checked all our boxes and followed everything. With getting the information from the cameras, getting the cell phone data, getting the account from Mr. Crawford, and being able to confirm all this, we also did a photo lineup, and he identified Brandon Williams and Demetrice Ross in that. But he was unsure of Tebu, as he was not as sure of Tebu as Mr. Ross and Mr. Williams. He didn't have as close of a relationship with Tebu.
I I know that Mr. Crawford did two separate lineups involving Taboo or possibility of Taboo. In the first lineup, he was not able to identify anybody. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then in the second lineup that occurred around September of 2022, that's when he was unsure, as you're saying it, but did identify.
He made an identification when he identified in the first lineups prior to warrants for Mr. Williams and Mr. Ross. We presented the photos in front of him, and he indicated very strongly that's the guy. How we usually ask them, what is your confidence level in this identification? And he made it clear that he was positive that that's who Brandon Williams was, that's who Demetrice Ross was. And then when it came to Taboo, he said, I think this is him, it looks like him, but I'm not as sure as I am with Brandon Ross and Demetrice. Brandon Williams, Demetrice Ross.
So now, without a full name of that point or a phone number from Mr. Crawford, how are you able to possibly develop a possible identification for a table?
So we used cell phone information. We used in trying to identify, to further investigate that phone number, we pulled we requested cell phone information to identify and social media to identify who Taboo would be.
Now, you mentioned that Mr. Crawford identified that he and Mr. Williams knew each other from being in jail at the same period of time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Was there an individual tied to a nickname Taboo who was also incarcerated with those?
Yes, at one point.
Okay. And at that individual, what was the name tied to that nickname?
We were able to determine that individual's name was Malik Williams.
And the spelling of the Taboo, I guess, nickname related to Malik Williams from your investigation, did it differ slightly than what we see in the contact of the law?
It depends on where you're looking and I guess how their interpretation is of how to spell it. One way we had was Taboo. Another version I think we had was Taybo. But it just depends on, I guess, how they wanted to spell it.
Now, Mr. Malik Williams, was he arrested at the same time in March of 2022 or around March either 12th or March 16th of 2022 as Mr. Williams and Mr. Ross?
No, he was, we had to develop information on him further. And so his arrest didn't occur until later on.
And with Mr. Williams, when he was arrested, did you have an opportunity to interview him?
I did. When he was apprehended and taken into custody, he was brought in to speak with police, and he also had a cell phone recovered with him as well. I read him his rights, and he wished to speak to police at that time.
Now, had you spoken to Mr. Williams prior to that date?
No.
In speaking to Mr. Williams, did he provide, if he had any connection to Mr. Williams, Mr. Ross, or the belt line?
He stated no.
Did Mr. Malik Williams have a cell phone on him that he provided to the police?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Did he also provide a phone number at that time?
Yes, he did.
Was that phone number the same or different from the phone number we have within Mr. Ross's?
It's a different phone number.
What did you do at that point as, the detective?
So interviewing him, I asked him where his whereabouts were during the time frame of the murder, and he advised that he was, I believe, in Macon. He was so way away from the city of Atlanta. In that, he was able to find people that could say that they had seen him down there. Excuse me. And he was more than willing to tell us, hey, check my phone. I wasn't there. Please look at it. We did obtain a search warrant as well, but downloaded the contents of his phone.
For that kind of extractive process that you, Mr. Ross's phone?
Yes, so through the technicians and the analysts.
Did you also subpoena or inquire as to any location records tied to the phone number he provided? That was different than the phone number you had from Ross.
Yes.
And what did you learn from those items?
I'm sorry, rephrase the question.
What did you learn from the information you eventually received?
So that that Malik Williams was in fact not at the location. He wasn't even in Atlanta that day. So we were able to exclude him from further in the investigation.
And in doing so, did you contact the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
I did. I let him know of the situation that we had arrested him as he was a suspect based on the probable cause we had developed at that time, and that his cell phone data exonerated him from being there. He was nowhere near the crime scene at that time.
This is the same type of cell phone data and analysis that placed from the review Mr. Williams and Mr. Ross at the scene at that time.
Yes, the same type of data.
Now, the individual related to the case identified as Brandon Williams, do you see that individual in courtroom today?
Yes.
If you could please, for the record, describe where he is seated and what he's wearing.
He is seated on this left side table, second to the right, and wearing a black shirt.
He has identified Brandon Williams.
The record shall so reflect.
And the individual, through your investigation involved with this homicide notated as Demetrice Ross or Meat. Do you see that in the courtroom today?
I do.
And can you please, for the record, describe where he is seated and what he's wearing?
The left side table, second from the left, wearing a peach colored shirt.
Let the record reflect he has identified defendant Ross.
The record shall so reflect.
No further questions.
All right, we've been going about an hour. Let's take a few minute break and we should finish up around 5 or 5:15.
All right.
Judge, Your Honor.
Judge,
You may approach.
hold on.
Thank you.
Oh, I mean, 2 minutes. Okay, and then what's after that? So you have 2 more witnesses. And so when do you think you can rest tomorrow? And how long do you think your case will take?
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, this will be the last witness for today. Then tomorrow we'll come back at 10. The state will have 2 more witnesses, then they expect to rest. Then the defense will have an opportunity to call witnesses, and we should conclude the evidence portion tomorrow. And then Wednesday morning, we'll come back at 10 and do closing arguments, and I'll give you the case. Okay? Just wanted you to know the schedule. So we should be through Wednesday. Please continue.
Sergeant Perrin, how are you?
Good, how are you, sir?
Good. Now, at the time you got this case in 2022, how long had you been a detective for homicide?
Approximately 2 years.
Okay. And in that 2 years, about how many homicides had you handled?
Two years, I'd say probably about 20 cases.
Okay, as lead?
Yes.
All right.
Mhm.
And in those cases, how many of those cases were cases in which there was media attention?
I don't recall.
Okay. Would you agree that when the media is involved, there's a little more urgency in resolving the case?
Not necessarily. I would say that when the media gets involved, especially when we reach out to them, it's more of a tool used to reach more people.
All right. But once it's out there, then people expect a solution, right?
Well, every homicide and shooting, you see it on the news every day. You see the media goes out on bad wrecks. The media goes out on, hit and runs, or not hit and runs, but smash and grabs. You see the media goes out on shootings involving with police, shootings not involving with the police, murders. They're very quick to come to anything that they think is going to draw attention to the broadcast.
Okay, but in a typical case, you wouldn't go on the news and announce when you found a suspect, right?
I'm sorry, say it again?
In a case that didn't have media attention, you wouldn't necessarily have a press conference when you arrested someone, correct?
Some people do. I typically don't. But it depends on, typically we work with the families if they want to make any remarks. But when we don't necessarily say have a press conference, we apprehended somebody, it's usually the news reporting that an individual has been arrested in relation to a case.
Okay. All right. Now, as the lead detective on this case, you're responsible for securing the scene, correct?
So when I initially come up, there's the officers that arrive on scene are the first ones to start locating the crime scene and going ahead and establishing perimeters. When investigators go that are then on scene, which would in this case we had investigators get there before I did because I was called in. They examine what the officers have done and make the determination on whether they need to expand the crime scene or condense the crime scene based on their findings at that time. And then when I get there, I make the determination as well on whether or not we need to expand the crime scene or condense the crime scene.
All right. And so when you said you arrived on scene about 8 o'clock on February 26, 2022, correct?
Yes, a little before 8.
All right, and when you got there, what did you do? Did you choose to expand or condense the crime scene?
In that particular crime scene, they had it roped off. When walking the area around what was taped off, we didn't see any indication of a struggle it's like a pebble, not pebbly, but it's almost like a sand-like path, kind of in between sand and rock. So it's, you can see footprints, that kind of stuff. There was nothing, and then there was the paved areas. There was nothing that gave us any indication that the crime scene was much larger. Our shell casing was located near the body in the beach circle area.
All right, and I'm not as fancy as Jones Connor, so I'm just gonna show you a physical map if you don't mind. The map that I have placed there, does that reflect the area where the crime scene was located?
Yes.
And on the map, there is a green circle. It says beach circle. Is that the location of the crime?
It's actually a little bit farther to the left, but for some reason, Google Maps puts it right there.
All right, can you indicate where it actually is, if possible, with that marker?
Yeah, it's about, it's a white marker.
Oh.
So beach circle is more about right here.
Okay, but in that general area?
Yes.
And so when you arrived at the scene, you said they had roped off a large area?
Well, I mean, large considering that our crime scene was in a very tight spot. But yes, they roped off what was, to restrict access to that area, to prevent people from walking into the area so that our medical examiner could get on scene. Our crime scene techs had the freedom to work without having people walk up on them, things like that.
Okay, so once you got there and condensed the area.
No, I actually didn't condense it. I didn't do anything with it. It was a good size.
Okay, so once you got there, who else was on scene when you arrived?
We had the initial responding day watch investigators. I don't recall who all was there. And then we had an officer who was the first one that was responding from the 911 call.
Okay, and well, I'll get to that in a second. But as part of your duty as the lead detective, did you review all of the evidence in this case?
Yes, absolutely.
So you watched all of the video evidence that was provided?
Yes.
Went through all of the cell phones, et cetera?
No. So I did not go in through the details of the cell phones or what was coming in from cell phone records. The analysts prepare it. They put it in the software and prepare a report for me and send it over to me so that in an easier read format. And with regards to the data coming directly from the providers, they have to plug it into software that they have been trained on and provide an analysis of that so that I can then read it and understand what I'm looking at.
Okay, that's fair. And would that be the same regarding any reports from the GBI? You didn't actually test the evidence yourself, but you rely on their reports?
Yes.
And you would have reviewed all of those reports?
Yes.
Okay. And then did you yourself prepare reports in this case?
Yes.
And how many different reports had you prepared?
So it's one ongoing report.
Okay, so one report and then you supplement that report?
Yes. So initially, because a case is open and being investigated, there is a report that states that police responded to a location and located the decedent, and this is the lead investigator assigned to the case, more forthcoming or something of that nature. And then there is a secondary report that is it's not secondary report, we call them supplements, but the second report, that supplement is not published officially on record until it's completed.
Okay. And so you did initial report, and do you recall how many times you supplemented that report,
I don't recall.
if any?
I don't recall. I know there was at least one because that was my main narrative, but I don't recall if there was additional supplements that I personally made.
Okay. Now, going back to when you got to the scene on February 26th, you got there, you said about 8 a.m. Do you have any idea how long Mr. Arnold had been in Beach Circle before officers had arrived?
When I initially arrived on scene, at that moment in time, I did not know how long Mr. Arnold had been there before someone noticed him. We got the call from 911 from the two individuals walking on the path. They stood by, police arrived, excuse me, and then that's when the investigation started.
Okay. So anything that occurred between the incident and when the first officers arrived, you're not sure what happened during that period of time, correct?
Actually, we had footage from the locations that went before and after, and we reviewed it to the content of our footage that we had.
All right. Well, that was my next question. Is there any video footage that looks towards Beach Circle?
No, there's not a camera angle that captures that particular area because, as you can see, there's a lot of plants and trees and things of that nature. There's no camera directly in Beach Circle either.
Okay. But your initial thoughts once you got to the scene and viewed what was going on, it didn't look like there had been any struggle in that area, correct?
No, not that we could tell.
All right. And according to your report, it didn't appear that anything was taken from Mr. Arnold.
That is correct.
In fact, he was wearing a $7,000 watch.
Something to that extent, yeah.
And his wallet had all of the contents in it.
Yes.
And were there any eyewitnesses to the incident?
No eyewitness ever came forward regarding having personally witnessed the crime occur.
All right, and just one shell casing was recovered.
That's correct.
Now, I think on direct you indicated that part of what drew you towards Mr. Williams as a suspect in this case was him getting into a vehicle that you had seen being parked by a woman.
I'm sorry, say that again. I lost you partway through that sentence.
Okay. On direct, you were asked, well, you can tell me whether this is fair or not. I believe you said that one of the things that drew you to Brandon Williams as a suspect in this case was having seen him get into a black BMW that you had seen parked by a young lady earlier.
Yes, so there was the three males that walk up and two of them enter the vehicle. The third stands and appears to be a lookout for the two that are in the vehicle.
All right. And I'm going to go to that video in a second, but you never identified whose vehicle that was, did you?
That's correct.
And you never talked to the young lady who parked the vehicle?
We could not read the tag from the camera footages that we had. We tried several different angles, but could not get a legible tag to be able to run and try to get additional information. And we could not, when we tried to, she was one of the individuals we were trying to get information soliciting to the public through the news broadcast. We were trying to get her to come forward. We never did get anybody to come forward as the owner of that vehicle.
Okay, so So she never reported that her vehicle had been broken into.
I don't think she knew it had been broken into.
And again, you're referring to it as a break-in, but no one ever reported that this vehicle was broken into.
So it's reported as an entering auto. So you are unlawfully entering a vehicle which is not yours, and going through the vehicle.
And so to unlawfully enter a vehicle means that you don't have permission to get into it.
Correct.
And in this case, you don't know whose vehicle it is.
Correct.
And so you don't know whether or not anyone had permission to enter that vehicle.
Well, in my experience, it's been very common that people tend to forget to lock their vehicles. A lot of times with locked vehicles, you'll see people break glass, or they'll try to punch the handle. In this particular situation, and as we see a lot in the downtown area, because we have probably the highest numbers of vehicle break-ins anywhere in the city, there are people that forget to lock their vehicles. And because the vehicle appeared to be unlocked, they easily just opened the door and got in.
All right, and again, I understand what you're trying to do, but you've never spoken to this woman.
Correct.
Right, and so you don't know who had permission to get in or out of that vehicle.
But what I can say was that none of those people that went into that car, other than the female, had any connection to that car.
And how do you know that?
Due to the hours of surveillance footage that we watched. She didn't come with another individual. She didn't return to the car with another individual. It was just her.
Right, but again, because you don't know who this woman is, you don't know if she has any connection to Mr. Williams or Taboo or Mr. Ross.
No, and that's fair, because we couldn't identify her to get information on who in particular she allows in her vehicle when she's not present to supervise their activities, who she gives permission to, because we weren't able to contact her. However, the behavior that was displayed in the video footage would indicate a third person was looking out for oncoming traffic. In fact, you see the male in the red shorts, as the headlights are approaching, start to walk away from standing on the corner there. The other males who are at the car, at the time they're exiting the vehicle and the headlights are coming down, they immediately start closing the doors, try to pretend like they're not doing anything, and then enter the trunk as the car passes by. And then the three resume their activities.
Well, it seems like you're making a lot of assumptions about what's occurring, right?
Assumptions? I mean, this is just based on the videos that I have seen over the course of the years investigating various things. And we have well over 50,000 cameras in the city of Atlanta, and a lot of them are used for things like investigating car break-ins and entering autos and whether or not doors are locked or not. And so the behavior is right in line with that.
All right, but there's no broken glass.
No, the vehicle appears to be unlocked.
Appears to be unlocked, right? And you don't know, again, whose vehicle it is or who has permission to get into it.
No, because we couldn't identify the person who drove the vehicle there.
So I am going to start.
To move the map.
Oh, sorry. I forgot about my big camera here. Well, then before I get to the video, on the map, which is up there, can you indicate where this vehicle is located in regards to that map? And then I'll move the map.
I would say if our camera was about here, the vehicle had to be about right here.
All right, so that vehicle is basically at the intersection of Bernina and Elizabeth.
For the most part, yeah.
For the most part. Let me move this. And I have put on the screen what is part of State's Exhibit number 9 at the timestamp 2205, which is 10:05. Is that fair?
Correct.
All right. And I am hitting play. Oops, sorry. Let me rewind it back to the beginning. So, in this video, as they approached the black car, they will be coming down Bernina.
Yes.
All right. And let me just pause it. I'm pausing it at 22:05:18. Now, down the street of Bernina, people park along the left side of that street on Friday and Saturday nights to go to various businesses in that area, correct?
Yes.
All right, and it seems as though they walked directly to this black BMW.
Correct.
All right.
Well, only two of them do.
Well, two of them walk directly to that car
Correct.
and get in.
Well, they walk on either side of the vehicles. The vehicles are actually parked up against a grass area with a little bit of a curb. There's no sidewalk along that area. So you have them walk on either side of the vehicle with a third person then going off to the opposite sidewalk.
All right, so there were no car break-in reports that you're aware of that evening on Bernina, on the rest of Bernina Avenue.
Not to my knowledge. There may have been some reported after the fact, but not to my knowledge at the time.
Okay. And I'm going to continue on with the video. Actually, I want to move on to the next. So they're in the vehicle. There's nobody else around at this point. I would like to show you the next minute of this video, if I might.
Oh, we want to finish the last 8 seconds of this one?
No, I want to go on to number 6. So this is, in the way that this, I want to back up. The way that this Wise camera records, it records a different file for each minute.
Correct.
All right, so I'm moving on to the 10:06 file. And I'm going to start it back at 0. Well, I'm starting it at 03 apparently. I'm going to pause it here at 9 seconds into the video. So here we can see another car approaching the intersection, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And they don't seem particularly hurried in their movements or anything at this point.
No, but in the previous video clip that you stopped short, you see one of the individuals actually open the glove box on camera here of that vehicle.
Okay.
And look through the interior of that compartment.
All right, but again, you don't even know whose vehicle it is.
No, we never could get the person identified on whose vehicle that was.
So you agree in the video that we are currently watching, a vehicle comes to that intersection and drives past them.
Yes.
All right, and then again, they don't seem particularly hurried or in a rush.
In the brief clip that you played, yes.
And I will continue the clip. All right. And the timing of this is 10:06, correct?
Yes, and now we were drawn to the car in this line of questioning, but if you look at the third individual in the red shorts who was across the way on the corner, when the car approaches, he starts walking off.
Okay. But he was never in the vehicle.
No, he was standing outside watching him.
So this is at 10:06, and then they are heading up Elizabeth Street at this point.
Yes.
And can you show us just on the map what direction they would be going? And I don't want to move it back in front of the television.
So initially they were coming down this way, and then they turned down Elizabeth this way.
All right, and so they turned on Elizabeth at about 10:06.
I'm sorry, we asking?
The time that they turned on Elizabeth is about 10:06.
Yeah, there's gonna be a slight time difference in the camera since everybody kind of sets it by their times, but yes, on this camera, it's 10:06.
All right, well, that was another question I was about to get to. The timing on these cameras, do you believe they are set by the individuals who own the cameras?
I think it depends on whose camera and how it's set up. So I think with certain systems, it syncs itself. Other systems, they have to program a time. It depends on what device they're using or what system they're using, which I couldn't tell you which ones individuals had control over changing, setting the times.
All right, but you would agree that having looked at all the videos, there are some time discrepancies from video to video that don't necessarily they're on the same time.
I'm sorry.
Would you agree there are some discrepancies in some of the different camera footage?
There is at most, there is I want to say 3.5 to 4 minute timestamp difference on one of the cameras to another camera or something like that.
Okay.
But I don't recall offhand which camera was ahead and which camera was not.
Okay. Well, we can get to that in a minute. But anyway, according to this camera, it's 10:06 when they head up Elizabeth. Well, head down Elizabeth on my map.
Correct.
And then you were able to pick them back up on North Highland, I think you said, and then I'm going to show you another video you were showing earlier. If I can get it to open. I'm not sure what I just did there, but all right. Can you see that video, North Highland Steel?
Yes.
All right. And the timestamp I'm starting this video at is 10:05. If I can get it to play here. All right, just having some. Let me close it and reopen it. All right, starting it at 10:05. And again, just watching the video, this is where you identified the three of them walking after turning off North Highland back down Bernina, correct?
Yeah, what we did with the footage is follow each camera until it meets the next camera and then watch that footage till it meets the next camera and then watch that footage where it meets the next camera. So it was able to actually, despite the times being different on the cameras, you can actually see where the path picks up in the next camera from where the other camera leads into.
All right, I'm going to try to pause this. All right. And so as we see them, I guess, kind of come into frame here, that camera is reading 10:05 p.m., correct?
On the screen, yes.
Right. And they didn't get out of the vehicle until 10:06.
Right, so according to that person's
That camera.
camera, yeah. I mean, we don't know how they set the time on their devices and what they come up to, which is why we don't rely just on a timestamp of cameras. So we use, in this particular situation, we have a whole bunch of cameras. So again, we track the group moving from one camera, and then we see on the other camera where it picks up there. When it leaves, gets to a point where the next camera picks up, that's where we continue moving with the cameras.
Okay. But the timing on the camera, the times themselves are not necessarily accurate.
There's different times for the cameras based on how it was set up.
All right, I'm going to restart the video. Now, I believe on direct, you said that they stopped and pulled on the door.
As a group.
All right, but in the video that we see, only one person stops at the door. Isn't that accurate?
No, they as a group stop, and as a group, they're together. The male goes up and pulls on the handle. He doesn't pull out his wallet to pull a key card out or go to the call box. He walks up, but you don't see the rest of the group continue on. They stand by and wait for him to come back to him, and then they proceed together.
All right, so it looks to me that one person pulls on the door.
One person pulled on the door, correct.
Right, and that person, based on you saying you can identify the gentleman in the video based on their clothing, that person would be Taboo, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then they continue on in this video down Bernina, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then the next place you see them, which we saw in direct, is passing the parking lot of that apartment complex.
It's where the road of Bernina turns the corner and you get the view of the parking lot.
Okay. And they didn't make any attempts to get into that parking lot that you're aware of?
They couldn't because it was gated.
Okay, but they didn't make any attempt to get in there?
No, there's no entry point there.
Okay. And they continue on to the belt line from that point.
Yes.
And on the map that's up, can you indicate where they would have entered the belt line?
So the Beltline entrance is right about here.
All right. And so that's when they are picked back up on which I think you referred to as the VIC cameras?
Yes.
And all right. And my system doesn't show the timestamp at the bottom, but I'm going to start this video at 13 minutes and 30 seconds into the video. And what are we looking at here?
This is the Beltline Trail underneath the interstate.
Okay. And then on the bottom right corner would be Mr. Williams with the rest of the group.
Yes, the group that we had been watching on video move around Elizabeth to North Highland to Bernina to the Beltline.
All right. And then you can also see in this video at the top right corner, if my box isn't blocking it, that there are several people sort of up kind of a little cement hill doing something.
Correct.
All right. I'm restarting the video. Now, aside from the paved path, the concrete paved pathways on the Beltline, you can on or off the Beltline sometimes by walking across grass or other ways to get there, right? You don't have to follow a set path.
It depends on where the Beltline you're talking about, because there are certain segments that are completely done and certain segments that are in process. This particular area of the Beltline on the Bernina side, there is a low, I don't want to call it fence, but it's more like a guardrail to prevent people from, getting hit by cars that may get out of control, or kind of direct the path of travel and suggest the cemented area to walk through. And if I had to guess, I would say it's just a liability, kind of direct people to where it's safer and paved and even versus something that it might be muddy or gravelly or things like that.
All right, but when you say it's like a low curb, something you could step over.
No. So the curb is probably about that much, and then there's a guarding fence, probably maybe up to my knee.
Okay, so it's about knee high.
Yes.
Okay. Now, coming back to the video, there is a gentleman you can see walking across the cement path onto the grass. Can you see that?
Yes.
All right. And then he's going to go out of view, and I'm going to pause it at 15 minutes and 23 seconds into the video. I believe you said that you followed everyone who was in that area at that time to determine whether or not they were a suspect in this case.
We were watching video to see where people were coming into the area and leaving the area, or coming to the area and going to a business or a residence. So we were watching everybody that came through the area.
Okay. And so I can rewind if you'd like, but the gentleman who, instead of taking the path, went across the grass behind the camera, does he show back up at any point that you're aware of?
One random individual, I don't recall of the numbers of people that we were watching footage of.
Okay. Now restarting the video at 15:25, and I am going to speed it up just a little because we have seen this part. I just want to ask you some questions about when they return this way. So I put it to 4 times speed so we can get there. Sorry. Let me rewind. And put it back on normal speed. All right, so I think you testified also earlier that they were seen talking to this woman in the video on the Beltline.
Yes,
And you never located this person either, correct?
no,
So you don't have any idea what the conversation was about?
no,
All right. Um, and she never called in to report that someone had harassed her on the Beltline?
no.
All right. Now, then I believe we see the young woman exit the Beltline at 10:18, according to the camera that is showing her onto Elizabeth.
I don't remember the exact time that on that particular clip what that camera was reading as far as time. But we do see her exit the belt line and proceed on Elizabeth towards North Highland.
Okay, well, I'll bring it up just so that we're all on the same page. All right, and I am showing you what's previously admitted as States 9, beginning at 10:18. Well, it just did some weird video stuff, but then that is the young lady who was walking on the belt line. Do you see her
Yes.
up here? Okay, and that's about 10:18 p.m. according to this camera.
On this camera.
All right, and I'm gonna pause it there. And Brandon would have been right behind this young lady, correct? Or very close behind. He was walking in close proximity to this woman when we see them on the belt line, correct?
At that time, yeah, on that camera, yeah.
Okay.
But if he didn't continue to follow, if they didn't continue to follow her, that's why you don't see them continuing after her here.
Right. So we don't see them exit when she exits, but they would be in some close proximity to her on the belt line at that time.
Based on what we were able to see with the camera footage,
Yes.
that's where we see, the last clip we see of them right there with that female along the belt line there.
All right. And you don't see Brandon Williams on any camera after he's seen behind the lady on the belt line?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. And then Mr. Arnold is seen at about 10:22, I believe. Is that accurate?
I guess it depends on which camera, but that sounds close to that.
Well, let's go to that. And I'm sorry, I'm wrong. Let's go to that video. And I'm starting with the Exhibit 9 at 10:25. And I'm going to play this video for you at this point. And you can tell me whether or not you see Mr. Arnold.
Have to share it.
Oh, I have to share it so that you can see it. Doesn't help if I'm the only one looking at it. All right, I think I have now shared the video starting at 10:25. All right, I'm gonna start this video at 10:25. And just, again, for timing purposes, whether or not the times are accurate, this video picked up the young lady leaving the belt line at 10:18.
Yeah, roundabout.
So this is about 7 minutes later.
My math isn't that great, but yes, sure.
And again, just trying to clarify the times. So if you can take a look at what's on the screen. Pause there. And that is the person that you believe to be Mr. Arnold showing
Yes.
at this point. All right. And so, again, that would be about 7 minutes after the young lady exited the belt line,
Approximately, yeah.
who we saw walking in front of Mr. Williams.
Yes.
And after, again, after they're seen on the belt line, you don't see Mr. Williams on any camera after that.
No, you don't see them move around, which because they don't return back under the bridge, they don't go down Elizabeth Street, they don't go down Bernina. You don't see them appear in any other section of camera. The only area that we're missing is right there at Beach Circle.
All right. And so, based on that timing, they could have walked 7 minutes up past Beach Circle, right? They had 7 minutes of walking time that they could have used.
They could have walked up Beach Circle, but what was more likely was, as they demonstrated in the previous clips as you showed, where they go under the bridge, they go up by the skate park and they stand and they hang out and talk or whatever it is they're doing. They've also stopped underneath the tunnel to pose for pictures. So they also could have been staying right there and posing for pictures, texting, making phone calls, or talking to each other about what they wanted to do. They didn't it doesn't necessarily mean that because she left, that they left up and left out of the area. It's a possibility that they were also still remaining in that area as their previous, under the bridge, stops would indicate.
And again, I understand, but they're not seen on any video. And there's no art or graffiti once you turn past where they were seen on camera last on the Beltline, is there?
Not along the Beltline access trail, no.
Okay. So they hit that about 7 minutes. Now, did you also watch the video of the young lady returning to her car?
Are you talking about the black car from earlier?
Right.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm just going to show you that briefly and ask you a couple questions about that. Let me share it. Find it. All right. And this is the starting at 22:59, I guess. And let me just, so I'm going to pause it right there. So this appears to be the same woman who we watched leave the car earlier. Is that, you think that's accurate, or you're not sure?
I'm not entirely sure because the lighting is different between day and light and the light, so I can't really tell on the clothes alone. But if she walks to the car and enters the vehicle and drives it off, then you can conclude that that's the owner of the vehicle.
Okay, or at least the driver of the vehicle,
Driver,
because we never identified who the owner is.
the authorized driver or the authorized person to that vehicle.
All right, and when she gets to the car, she appears to be looking at something that's on the windshield. Do you have any idea what she's doing?
She could be looking for maybe something that's on the windshield, or maybe she noticed things in the contents of her car being in a different place. She stops and she stares through the windshield because something catches her attention.
All right. But she never makes any, no one ever makes a report that there was a break-in.
Yeah, no one comes forward about a black BMW on this time frame about a car having something
All right,
stolen.
let's
from a
break
car.
for the day and come back with this witness at 10 a.m. Thank you.